fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off. Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the fuck? Oh, that was. No, fuck you. No. Woman,
Don't hurt her.
are we back? Wait, shit. Did I, son? I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Shoulda mentioned your name when Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm printing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
Of being
and
insane.
be polite. Give them the prop.
Get a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say that without laughing. Oh shit! Really fucking shitty to me. Oh Jesus, fuck. Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide. His sister drank his ball water. By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Please, God, tell me the stream is fucking working. I can't believe I got it working. Yes! It took me so goddamn long today. Holy shit. Moonstone, Ravenstein, and edX, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it, you fuckers. And Gotsar, thanks for the follow. Please don't tell... No, we can't hear you. Are you fucking serious? Don't tell me... Don't say that to me, no. No, hold on, I don't believe you. Hold on, please don't tell me it's not working. No sound. Give it a second. Sound. What in the fuck is going on? Are you just fucking with me? Sound. What in the fuck is going on? No, there's sound. You're a bunch of lying bastards. Hold on. Yeah, I fucking swear to God. No, it's working. He's just full of shit. Fuck you. God damn it. You motherfuckers. Do you have any idea how much fucking trouble I went through today? You pieces of shit. And then you do that to me. Oh, God. Oh, I'm so fucking excited that I've got my stream back up and working. And I got some new tech. I got some new shit. But that's actually some like really old shit. But I got some new shit. So, Keith, We're getting there. We're getting there. Because I got story time for you fuckers. Holy shit. So, I take my PC in to the Chinese tech priest I know. And I've gotten like 4 different separate fucking angry phone calls from this man over the last week, screaming at me like I abused his wife. He sent me pictures of my own PC, and then he was like half yelling at me in Chinese. Like, he was so angry because I nearly burned down his shop. He said he plugged my PC in. The GPU started immediately sparking, and he had like some alcohol stuff that he was using to like wipe down some other stuff. And it caught fire. And I nearly burnt down this poor man's fucking shop. So he wasn't very proud of me. He wasn't very happy. Now, there are features that I decided to try and get up running. I've not had the chance to check because, like a dumbass, when I sent that message in the Discord and I was like, hold on, give me 2 hours and the stream will be live. I said that because I fucked up. I opened up OBS and without thinking about it, I automatically clicked on the update button. And I thought it was just a minor update. No. OBS rolled out OBS 32 and broke everything. So, we're going to be testing some of the plugins, right? Now, these are the plugins that I spent like 3 fucking days working on. Just for like half of them to break in the last hour. And then I had to do like a rollback, and so some of them aren't working. Where is it? Let me find it. So, will I be able to draw and stream? Let's see. You can tell me if you can see that. Oh shit, look at that, it works! It fucking works! Okay, so that's feature 1. That's feature 1. That's working. The second one is the Tangier Dungeon, which I have no way to... Like, I have no accurate way of describing how that works. Okay, the channel, the fucking camera angles, I'm concerned that half of them are fucking broken as well. But guess what? Since you activated that camera angle, I might as well show you something. I got myself a new screen. Which is actually a really, really old screen. It's this one right here. Right? So, I think some of my camera angles might still be broken because I updated OBS and it fucked everything up. But I want you to take a look at this. Look at this thing right here. Right? Now, this is a super, super old, outdated tablet that technically is so old it doesn't work with Windows 10. I managed to find a workaround. The story behind this screen is that when I went to pick up my PC from the Chinese tech priest, he said, if you promise to not bother me for a whole month, I will give you a discount on this piece of shit. And he did. Now, unfortunately, it didn't come with the pen. The stylus that's supposed to come with. Right? So I've had to order one of those. So that's on its way. It's dirt cheap. But eventually I'll just be able to draw on the screen and not have to, like, switch over between using my mouse on both screens. Which is fucking fantastic. That's brilliant. That's one more screen added to my collection. Now I just need to figure out what to do with this one. Because I've got no ports for this one to plug into. I will find a way to get this one working as well. I'm so fucking happy that I managed to get this shit oh god. Hold on. Okay, that's broken. That's not good.
Rose, can you
There
please
we go.
explain why the fuck you keep trying to have an overly complex stream setup with the budget of a third world government?
Because I can. That's why, Saru. Because I fucking can. I'm excited about doing this shit. So many screens using 30% of South Africa's energy supply. No, I'm on solar. I'm using my power. Fuck the government. They can't keep the fucking lights on. Yeah. You see that window over there in the far corner? It is pitch black out there because there is no fucking power. My area spends 5 out of 7 days in the week without any power. Oh shit. Okay, someone used the fucking Tangier dungeon thing. I have no idea how this shit works. What the fuck is this? What is this shit? You're just a bunch of whites standing outside the sex dungeon door by the looks of it. Oh, it's over there. Oh, look at that. What the fuck? Okay, now it just looks like a gangbang. This shit looks like like something went horrifically wrong. Why do we all have tits? Didn't you know? Everyone on the internet's a woman now. Now, I have no idea. What the fuck is that? Hold on. Defeated a goblin, got reported to the psych ward and dropped all his loot. Rockslide nearly killed Sniper Tigress. Jimmy defeated a goblin. Rockslide nearly killed Jimmy. Wojciech defeated a goblin. Wasn't a racist enough to survive and dropped all loot. Jimmy's mom told him to pause the MMO and dropped all loot. Barrow gaslit his GF into compliance. Oh, that's beautiful. It's working. It's working. I can't believe featured. I got 2 features working. I can't believe it. And there are some rewards related to Tangier that you get out of that, like some free uses of the TTS and stuff. And it does update your character. Now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make sure that the characters that are on this Tangier dungeon thing, right, update these characters here. But that's going to take a little bit more work. That's going to take a little bit more time to get done. Look at that shit. I can't believe that's fucking working. I can't believe I got a whole 2 features working. That's amazing. This isn't even a dungeon. This is just some random building in a ghetto. This is a dungeon if you're a crack addict, Syro. Yeah, you don't understand this, but the more drugs you take, the closer life gets to being an IRL MMORPG. You start doing quests and shit. I have to go mine copper. That's not my joke, by the way. Someone else said that. That's some comedian's joke, but he was right. I can't believe that's working. That's fucking amazing. Right, so that's 2 features working. The chat commands were fixed, and they're broken again. Unfortunately. The AI voice filters that I set up, that I built in Comfy UI on my fucking PC, that broke. Unfortunately. Hey, look at that. The dungeon's over. Camera filters, that's broken. That's set up, but it's broken, so I'm gonna have to fix that after OBS updated. Vertical streams, it's so fucking hard to get that working, so that's just not ready yet. Didn't get around to that. So I got 2 features done, basically. Which is more than I expected. But over time, I will be adding the others, because it's just honestly about resetting them up. Waiting until I can update all my plugins to work with, thing. Oh my god, you fuckers are just gonna keep doing this, aren't you? You motherfuckers are gonna keep doing this. Jesus, it comes with music and everything. What have I done? What is this shit? What have I done? Oh, and now you're fighting each other. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. It's just 2 retards fighting each other. Damn, Keith's getting his ass kicked. Now, aside from that, while you two pick fights with each other, Jimmy, fuck you, okay? Fuck you in particular. I lost 3 hours of my life today because I downloaded Balatro. Oh, fuck, that game's bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. That game is so fucking bad. Oh, man, that's just as bad as Nine Kings. You start playing the game and you just never stop. It's so fucking horrific. I hate it so much because it's so close to poker with the boys. Oh, man. Now, other stuff that I've gotten done. You mentioned, it was someone said, someone in here kept on saying, I think it was you, Jimmy. I think I'm still blaming you primarily because of that one shitty video you made me watch, if I'm being honest with you. But, okay. So, anyway. I got some shit done. Fuck you for Nine Kings. My sleep schedule is fucked now. It's bad, right? It's real bad. There are certain games out there in existence that if you touch them, your life is over for a while. Like, you lose everything. I'm pretty sure Nine Kings is one of those games that is responsible for divorce. It's like a game that if you touch, your family starts, like, putting welfare checks on your ass. It's real fucking bad. Oh, it's real rough. Now, anyway, other shit that I managed to get done is I've started building my cosplay for the charity event, right? I've got the mask done. Because it's not always about the money, Spider-Man. Now, I'm conflicted about this. I still need to fix this. And I am gonna build the suit, by the way, right? I'm gonna build the suit where his, like, shoulders are up here and the face is, like, in the middle, right? That's the next task. But I'm conflicted about this mask. I have one of two issues here, right? Issue number 1. Do I leave the mouth in, or do I cut a hole for the mouth and then use my mouth? Disney will violate your ass. I'm nobody, so they won't give a fuck. Plus, I made it myself. What are they gonna do? Your eyes are already shit enough as it is. I can see through this perfectly fine, I'll have you know. There are 2 eye hole slots cut out of here. I can see through this. So I think what I'm gonna do for the mouth, I'm still considering this, I'm still figuring this part out, is I'm gonna shave so you can see the mouth movements at least. And then I'm gonna cut like a hole here. Make the eye hole slots and cut out the mouth. Well, I've got the eye hole slots. I can see through this mask. I can see through this mask. I've got about, I would say, 5% vision through here, which is about enough. That's all an MMO player really needs, right? But I think I'm going to cut out the mouth hole here. I'm still deciding on that, or I'm going to leave it as is. It's probably going to be very echoey if I leave it in, so I don't know. I'm still deciding. That's done. Now, my PC kept breaking.
Something that upsets me is that you are more active on Twitter than on Twitch, Discord, Rosa Music. Stop.
Something that upsets me is you're more active on Twitter than on Twitch and Discord. Yes, you know what? You're right about that. You're 100% right about that, but that's because I keep on being rage baited into seeing people's shit. And then it's just easy to post on whatchamacallit, on Twitter. Twitter doesn't feel like it means anything. Twitter doesn't feel like a real place. You post on Twitter to shit post. In my Discord, you shit in my Discord to post. Small, but significant difference, right? So, I've got that cosplay in the works. This is how angry I was, right? That my fucking, my PC nearly burned itself down. I learned Blender. I literally went into Blender, made a ball, and then slowly started carving shapes out of it. And in doing so, I started making a few models, right? A few D&D miniatures, just because, you know, I felt like it. That's how mad I was. That's how fucking angry I was. And I'm considering actually continuing to do this and find some way that the people who've subbed to this channel for a particular amount of time, or the people like Adax or Sniper Tigress, I can send them a miniature of some kind in the mail and at the same time also dox them. Eventually, I thought about this over the weekend while I was contemplating my life and trying not to commit suicide because my PC was gone. Eventually, I'm going to work my way up to building out an Estagulkan statue. Now, this is where... Okay, so I'm gonna tell you a story about this, right? So that this makes sense to you. Now, I have a background in engineering CAD, and I come at things from an engineering perspective, right? So swapping over to Blender was not a big deal to me, right? Because I'd been using Fusion 360, Solid Edge, Rhino, and Inventor forever, right? I also have some 3D printing skills. So I made these models, and then I started printing them out, just to see what they would look like. Not bad, right? I mean, the layer lines are fucking horrific because I've got an FDM printer, but hey, whatever works. And I managed to get it detailed enough that I can make a mini about the size of my finger and make it look like that. I don't know if that's even going to focus. I've only made 3 so far. I only managed to get 3 done this weekend. But I'm thinking about getting, like, finding a way to, like send models to the people who've, like, subbed for a long enough period of time. Because if I'm going to waste your money, I'm going to waste your money on you. Games Workshop coming for you guys now. I haven't made any Warhammer models. It's been tempting, Barrow. There are so many copyright infringements on Warhammer models that are so easy. So fucking easy to get a hold of. And I feel like the second you touch them, they're gonna fuck your ass so hard. Was this with a resin printer? No, an FDM printer. So, layer by layer, right? Just takes a while to do it. Just takes forever. How long before Estagulkan statue? Well, I'm thinking about getting a 0.1mm nozzle and printing out a 7-foot tall Estagulkan mommy statue and putting it right behind me. But that one's gonna take a while. It's also because, you know, filament's expensive. I heard resin was better for detailed minis. It is, but resin is also a bitch to work with, right? So I'm taking this from the perspective of I've worked with composites before. So, SLI, stereolithography, is not that different when it comes to resin compounds. Volatile compounds, you're gonna need an alcohol bath afterwards, you're gonna need a curing station. It's fucking expensive as fuck, but yes, the details are exceptional. The resolution on those kind of models are exceptional, but for me personally, honestly, if I'm running a D&D campaign, and if I can get this much this much detail out of a fucking mini, basically, that's on like a 3D printer that goes layer by layer as opposed to resin, that's good enough. In my world, that's good enough. Maybe I'll find a way to sell them. Then I can use the 3D models to buy more stupid shit for the stream. I gotta find a way to fund my life. It's just the lines that resin doesn't have. Yes, no, resin doesn't have the lines. Well, it has lines, right? But it has way smaller lines. And it looks a lot better because of that. Which is a big deal. So what's up, Anton? Personally, I think the best middle ground is powder printer. The problem is powder printers are government sex trafficking scheme levels of expensive. Yeah, you're not going to get a hold of one of those. That's just stupid amounts of money. You're not going to get a hold of those. So, this is the plan for today because I have nothing set up and I'm not going to be able to record any of my shit for Guild Wars 2. So Guild Wars 2 is probably going to be happening tomorrow. Now that my PC is not going to set itself on fire like a monk in a protest. So, what we're going to do today is we're going to run through all of the shit in the Discord that you animals have posted there. We're going to reset all the the things I want to do on stream, because I've had some time to like lay it out and look at all the stuff that I want to focus on. If I'm going to be streaming like every Sunday to fucking Thursday, hey, I'm going to have the time to do it, thankfully. And then we're going to play some Hollow Knight for the very first time. Did you see the failures? That is Ship of Heroes. No, I didn't. What's your secret for the Blender model? I want to learn Blender and get at least decent at 3D modeling stuff. It's not that hard. So, I did... Okay. When it comes to Blender, don't do... The advice I can give you is don't do what I did, right? This is what I did when I did Blender, right? I didn't do things the right way. There is no way to like animate or configure any of the fucking models that I made, because I literally did this, right? I would take a square, right? I would hit the S key. I would scale it out to whatever size I felt was appropriate, right? Then I would just go to the sculpt menu, right? And I started just pushing shit around. And I started like building clay out on certain surfaces and then like pushing it back in whenever I felt like it. And it just... Eventually you spend like 4 hours doing that and you get a model out of it. That's what happens. What's even sadder about that is I think there's an easier way to do it with AI. I think I could have skipped every single one of these steps if I had just used AI. I think that I'm pretty sure somewhere out there, there's 3D modeling technology that you can just like send in like, I don't know, 25 pictures of the same thing that you've drawn, and it'll make like a 3D model of the thing you want. So you could probably skip all of this if you have no interest in Blender, if you have no interest in learning any of that, which I think it's probably going to be a waste of time. And you could probably make a, like, honestly, I don't know. But if video and image generation, it has come so far this quickly with AI, I'm willing to bet that generating video game characters is like maybe 6 months away. Maybe less, maybe 3. I think there's a bottle of beer in the big cup. There is definitely not. This, I'll have you know, is definitely water. Definitely water. Eventually you made bat boobies. Yes, I did. I made bat tits as well. Right now, okay, to be fair, I took on some contractual work where a furry contacted me, and I didn't register he was a furry because he was like, I'm running a D&D game. I'm running a D&D session, and we're using anthropomorphic animals. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. And like an autist, I didn't think about this further until Ashura came in the Discord when I posted that image. Where is it? The Bat Witch. Here we go. And I made this model, right? To be fair, wait, hold on. Where's my model? Hello? What? Hold on. Don't save. Get the fuck out of here. Let's try that again. Where'd my model go? He just wanted me to make this for him, and he paid me like $850 for it. Where is it? Shit. Hold on, let me find it. These were the AI-generated images that I used, right? So, like, you can generate images like this using AI, and then you can use this to sculpt, right? Now, I'm willing to bet that give it 3 to 6 months, and there's probably going to be ChatGPT make the 3D model for me version, right? These are the ones that I was trying to work on. Half of these are a fucking failure and look like shit, so I'm not even going to open them because they're embarrassing. Let's see. Where's the Bat Witch? I think it's there. There we go. Yeah, here we go. So a guy asked me to make him a bat witch. I assume it was a guy. I don't know. I can't tell anyone's fucking gender anymore. He asked me to make this model for him, and he paid me $850 for it. Which honestly, I kind of fucked up a little bit. Like, you can see like I fucked up here because I depressed the sculpt too much into there. And I kind of fucked up on the teeth and the hand here. I had to mold this. This isn't the final version. I had to like fix the fingers and shit. But like, you can see, you just make basic shapes, you pull it out, and then you start molding it into shape. It's like really not hard. You just keep on using the sculpt tool and eventually you get there. Right? But he paid me for that, so that was nice. That paid my bills. The furry stole it. He paid for it, motherfucker. I think it's better to know how the process works before making AI do everything. Maybe it is. You know what? Actually, come to think of it, right? Maybe it's gonna end up being like, maybe it's gonna be like coding, right? Where everyone fucking, instead of coding it themselves, they get an AI to code it, and the 6 hours they would have spent coding it themselves isn't what they do. Instead, they spend the next 12 hours debugging the code to get it working. Maybe model generation is going to be like that. But I also know I did it in like the absolute perfectly wrong way, because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to like build out each component and then attach it to another component and then have an assembly, and then you can put in rigging and all of that shit. I was just like, here's a blob, I'm gonna mold it. And I mean, for 3D printing it works, so that's what I did. Man, furry supporting the entire third world economy. They are, Keith. So what's up, so man? Hope you don't mind, I'm building an AI voice of you. I was supposed to be active today, but it kind of broke when I updated OBS. Destroyed everything. AR tools are dog shit, but so are people, because they don't know what quality looks like, so there will always be a market for AI degenerated products. Probably. You know what, you're probably right. But you know what? It's like, I've said this before, right? If someone's like a really talented artist, do you think if we edit the blender TTS enough, we could get a Kanak? I think so. I actually think so, Syro. I might be able to build a Kanak thing if I can get a hold of his voice lines. So I think the whole idea is, if you are not skilled or you know nothing about a certain field, the AI stuff looks impressive. But the second you look at a professional who knows what the fuck they're talking about or knows how to build something from scratch, they will look at anything you've done using an AI and they'll be like, this is mediocre dog shit at best. Like, I've still yet to see an AI outperform like an actual talented person. All it can do is copy paste. So it's like good as a starting point, but beyond that, not really. It's not really that fucking great. But anyway, I'm just relieved that everything's working. I'm kind of having like a little bit of anxiety. I'm expecting shit to break right now. I'm expecting like something's gonna like fall apart, something's gonna break, something's gonna shatter, PC's gonna set itself on fire. Where do I put this? Put that there for now. So AI modeling is like music sampling and rap. I would assume so. I don't know, let's... Hold on. No, I don't want to update Acrobat. Let's see. Hold on. So, like, if we go to, like, 3D modeling, what do we got? We got these people. AI art generator. Deep Suck. Meshy AI. AI 3D model generator. So, like... Oh shit. Oh shit, that's a little bit better than I expected. Oh fuck, it's like building separate components of shit. Like, look at this. What the fuck? Okay. I don't care. I want to see the model. No. Oh shit, it's actually making things in parts. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, if you can get shit that good out of an AI right now, that's fucking terrifying. What are you using for vertical streaming since OBS update fucked up everything? I was gonna use Atom, right? But the OBS update crashed Atom. It crashed SE Live when I tried to switch to that. It fucked up my Steam Deck, so I had to reset everything. Should have used this. You 800, but I fucking should have, Khaldun. I wasted hours of my life. I wasted hours. Oh well, at least I'll take it as a therapy session. Oh fuck, there's no way that there's no fucking way someone's not beating this man's ass in the copyright fucking department for this shit. There's Games Workshop's coming to rape this man. Holy shit, no. Games Workshop's gonna be up this man's asshole in a week. God damn, though. Jesus. Oh, fuck. Okay, this is a lot better than I expected. Holy shit. Okay. There might be someone outside my house. I'm gonna be right back. Give me a second. Where's mine?
Come, Nerevar, friend or traitor, come. Come and look upon the heart and of Kulakar. And bring Wraithguard, I have need of it. Come to the Heart Chamber. I wait for you there where we last met countless ages ago. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. How could you be so naive? There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. What are you doing? What are you doing? Fool! Stop! Too late. This is the end. The bitter, bitter end. Well, the moon and stars come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come near afar, come and look upon the heart, upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapon, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart.
Right, sorry about that. What the fuck is this? Lost my playlist. Sorry about that. Yeah, so some of the shit's broken, Keith. Some of the shit's broken. Sorry about that. So I've explained this before. Oh, it's the fucking dungeon thing. You can't actually see it on the BRB screen. And you're fucking raiding a McDonald's. What the fuck? It's just a fucking McDonald's. That's even better. Right. So I live in a shitty area, right? I live in a fucking pretty trashy area, so I just had to give a statement to a security guard down, like the local patrolling security, because they apprehended 3 guys casing houses. Everyone died. You raid a crack house and you get something out of it. You raid the local McDonald's, you end up dead. If that's not the most American thing ever, goddamn. Mickey D's employees fucking threw hands at you fuckers. Failed to join the raid, so that's fantastic. I didn't die. Damn, this fucking Tangier dungeon thing is great. I gotta get it working on the BRB screen. But yeah, half of them are broken. Right, anyway, where was I? So I live in like a shitty area. So I just had to give like a statement to, you know, the patrolling security, because they're like apprehended like a group of dudes who are apparently casing houses to rob. And apparently they skipped over mine. I don't know whether to be relieved or insulted. Now then, where were we? Right, so there's some stuff we gotta fix. There's a lot of stuff we gotta fix, right? But one of the things, hold on, let's make sure you can see. Yeah, the Tangier should be working here. So, first thing I think I need to fix that we can do on stream is I need to list out all the shit I'm planning to do in the future. Now that I've had my PC problems fixed, now that I'm back to streaming, now that the worst problem you fuckers are gonna have is that sometimes it's gonna rain, and because I have a tin roof, you're gonna hear that shit. How did they skip the only one with electricity? Because I, like, all the lights on my house are on, in a direction that's facing away from the road. I'm not dumb enough to allow people to see into my house. Fuck that. Everything's dark. And like if you drove past my house right now, you would think that my house is suffering the same problems with electricity that every other house is. Can we see a pic of your house? No, I'm not doxing myself. Fuck that. Did the hazmat guys burn that room down? They did, actually. Well, they didn't burn it down, but I learned some things, right, from the hazmat guys. They destroyed an entire, like, cabinet and an entire table. They ripped out the sink out of the ground, and then they had to peel some of the tiles up, like, off the floor. They also had to peel, like, all the paint and shit off the walls in that room. And what they told me, like, I didn't know this. Did you know that cockroaches can live in a hive? Like bees? Because I didn't know this. Like, I wasn't aware that this was, like, a thing. I thought, like, cockroaches were, like solo kind of animals that, like, showed up and laid eggs and then fucked off. They live like a hive in bees. So, like, the hazmat guy grabs the side of the cabinet and he, like, peels the cabinet out of the wall, and the, like, piece of wood that's been pressed up against the wall peels back, and it looks, there's just fucking roaches everywhere. They don't have queens, just orgies. Yeah, they fucking do. God damn. They fuck everywhere. Jesus, it was horrifying. I've never seen that many cockroaches in one place in my life, and they were fucking gigantic. Holy shit. Scared the bejesus out of me. I work from home 3 times a week, and I left my car unlocked and windows down every day, and all of my shit was still in there. Well, good, lucky you. Yeah, you do that in my neighborhood, your car's gone. Seriously, how did you not know that? Because I've never lived in an environment with that many fucking cockroaches in it, Jimmy. As filthy as I've been in my life, I've never allowed, like, insect infestations to just overtake parts of my house. Like, never. Like, maybe the worst I've had is, like, when I was living in an apartment, was I had, like, an anthill, like a colony of ants, built their house underneath my steps. And then I had to, like, flush them out. But that's the closest. I didn't know that cockroaches lived in a fucking hive. Jesus, that was terrifying. I kind of figured, like, cockroaches were, like, creatures that, like, they'd, like, live alone and they all scurry into different parts of the house and, like, they're all independent and shit. No. These are fucking social animals. It's disgusting. It was horrifying. But yeah, I saw that video. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Can you draw it with paint? Yes. Okay. Here's my house, right? So, man. So, my house looks like this, right? There is the main house over here, and then there's the garage over here, right? Now, the garage is filled with shit, and it looks like a disaster. It's always looked like a disaster. Now, attached to this is, like, in the back here, is like a room where I use as my office, where I work from home, and also where I stream from, right? And now, if we looked at this from a side view... Hold on. That is not... Fuck's sakes. Young souls, now's not the time. So if you looked at it from a side view, right? If this is the road, and my house is here, right? Everything is pitch black until you recess into the house, and then you see all the lights. So if you looked at my house from the road, it just all looks like a fucking... It looks pitch black. It just blends in with everything else. Is this top down or front facing? I don't know, you tell me, is this top down or front facing? I'm gonna abuse the shit out of that drawing tool, holy fuck. I feel like I'm gonna be a very bad person in a few weeks when I get a hold of that touch pen. But anyway, let's get back onto what I was trying to focus on before you fuckers pulled me off task again. Before, you know, I found out 3 people were trying to rob my neighborhood. There's a few things I wanted to do, and all of my plans fell apart. Right, so end of October, between the 22nd and the 31st, there is a charity event. I'm going to give them Sawman's details as well, so that he has to be a part of the team. I'm going to try and give as many streamers and anyone in my Discord who is a streamer who wants to participate, I'm going to get, like, I'll build an Excel spreadsheet. You can put in your name if you want to be a part of it. And then I will send off every single name to these people. We'll all be a part of the same team. I think it'll be hilarious that the people making leukemia kids, like, jokes about kids are the people who would, like, have the most donations go through them. I think that would be the funniest shit ever. It's just a bunch of people yelling at these kids being like, "You're gonna die, little Timmy!" And then it's like, "Oh, by the way, here's $5. I think that would be great. I think it would be funny as fuck. Have you contacted Muckluck? I mean, I know he has his schedules, but surely you can do it. No, he's busy. I have contacted him, Saru. Unfortunately, he's busy. He's got, like, a stacked October. So, like, yeah, you know, I don't want to bother him more than that. What else did we have? I need to open up the channel in the Discord. And I think I need to find a dedicated day in the week dedicated to being a clanker hunter, where we track down particular streamers in the MMORPG and gaming communities on Twitch, on Kick, fuck it, on YouTube. And we hold these botting pieces of shit to account. And you know what I'll do? Like, does anyone remember those old shows? Like in the 90s, those late night police shows where it's like, you know, cops like walk up to the window and there's like a 45-year-old divorcee who's like 4 bottles of wine deep saying shit like, "I know my rights," right? Like, do you remember the intros to those cop shows? I would do that. Like, we should have like an intro. We should build that up properly. I think that would be really funny. And we do that once a week. I think that would be really cool. The other things we wanted to look at. Right, obviously we're going to have Guild Wars 2. I think this is going to be the, like, main focus game. Until, like, I feel like I'm a sweaty animal. I think I'm going to be, like, really focusing down on Guild Wars 2. I am going to be playing other games, though. I think I need to split this into 2 other types of categories, right? Is other MMOs, whenever something good comes across, like, comes along, or anything that's, like, even potentially MMO-esque, I should look at. Like, Dracantos, I wanted to play, but I never got the chance to do that. Then probably other RPG games. Because, let's be honest, boys, the MMO space is a very limiting space. There's a lot of shit, and not a lot of diamonds. That's the biggest issue. You're gonna do Moonlighter 2 when that comes out. You know what? Barrow, I fucking will. And if I have the time, I'll build a full Jew cosplay. Because when I played the first Moonlighter game, I made it like the most Jewish joke experience possible. And all the Jews I know, they were like, "Why did you go so easy on us?" I'm like, "It's not you I'm going easy on. It's if I ever fucking go any harder on the paint, YouTube deletes my channel." They were telling me like real fucking hardcore jokes to throw into that Moonlighter video that I did. And unfortunately, I could use none of them. That's the biggest issue there. There was other stuff. What are the other things we need to set up for the stream that I think would be that would be entertaining? Probably some VR stuff. At some point, I'm gonna find myself a dirt cheap like VR set. I got to play Dracantos. It was slow and did not feel good to play. I felt like it felt like it could decide if you want to be turn-based game or an action-oriented game. I don't know. I'll have to play it myself to see. I've heard good shit about it, but I've heard it's old school, so anyone under the age of 500 is not going to enjoy it. Fuck. What else? There's probably something else I'm forgetting right now that should be added in. Clanker Hunters, charity event, main focus game, other MMOs, RPG game, VR. That's it. That's what it is. Barrow's got it. We're gonna be starting that with the charity stuff. God, I've got less than a month to actually prepare for that. Man, I'm gonna suffer so goddamn hard. Yeah, I'm making a list of all the things that I'm not gonna do. You're not wrong about that, Allah. I'm probably gonna fuck some of this up. Or I'll cut some of this just because you can't do everything all at once. What else? I think that's about it, actually. I think that's a good starting point. We can always add shit on later. Or like maybe do like tournaments or events or stuff like that at a much later point in time. When it's going to be more entertaining. But I think this is not a bad place to start off. So I think I'll keep that aside. And I'll work my way through that after I've added all the fucking features again. Ask your Chinese tech priest if he has a PS4, PSVR headset bundle. eBay has a listing as low as $56. You know what? I'll ask him. I'll see if he can give me some of that premium Chinese technology that steals all my data. I'm not worried about the Chinese reading it. I'm worried about moving to the UK and the UK government immediately arresting me as I land there. That's the real concern. But that should make it nice and easy. That should make it simple. I played that with Skyrim. Spiders and dragons were terrified. They were terrified? What? Were you playing it naked? Second VR headset is going to be so badly jizz encrusted. Oh fuck! I didn't think about that. There's got to be. Oh my god. Based on what we've seen out of VR chat, I have to be very careful with a second-hand VR headset. Because I fucking imagine that half of those things are like cum-crusted, nightmare-inducing, STD-covered monstrosities. We've seen the kind of people that roam around VR chat. And that does have me a little bit concerned. Shit. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll call the hazmat guys back. See if they can help me. You can get new replacement pads. I don't even know what those are, Dean. I'll have to figure that shit out. It's fun. It's fun. One step at a time. One step at a time. Right. Now, I believe you fuckers put some shit in my Discord. Because of course you did. You're a bunch of animals. I also figured something out. Before we get into some of this, right? I figured out why I was so exhausted with all the political shit. And I think it's because there's something disastrous, there's something mentally damaging about looking at every political situation and people wanting you to take it seriously. I think that's not good for the human mind. It's because you spend hours upon hours on Twitter. I actually don't. Surprisingly enough. I spend like maybe less than an hour on Twitter, and every now and then I get a notification that like Sawman posted a tweet and I decide to harass him, but that's about it. So we went through the Twitch stuff. What the fuck is this? What is your opinion of One of the most refreshingly unfiltered voices in the MMO YouTube. Oh, what the fuck is this? Is this an AI? Is that my Ashes of Creation short? What the fuck is this? If Josh Strife Hayes is the analytical surgeon, Roses is the chaotic philosopher. Basically, I'm Diogenes, doing a handstand and shitting down my own back. Congratulations to me. Equal parts salt, satire, and sincerity. This content is a mix of deep MMO commentary. This MMO sounds like it's sucking me off. That's definitely something's wrong with that AI. I don't know how it knows that much information. That's fucked up. That's pretty fucked up. It's like headset pads, you can get new ones, even off-brand, they shouldn't cost too much. You know what? I'll have to look into that. That sounds fun. I was scared buying mine. I thought it was some mother selling off her. Hold on. Fucking missed that. Hold on. Some mother selling off her kid's headset or some shit. No, it was some 15-year-old kid honestly scared the shit out of me despite meeting in a public place with cameras. Yeah, that sounds like... that sounds like how you get raped. That's how you find out you're about to get fucking roofied. And never meet people in public. That's the worst decision you could ever do. Stay at home, die alone. It's the right decision. Now then. Let's see what filthy shit you animals put in here. Let's see if there's anything worth caring about. Fucking politics. Politics. Is AMD faster? Absolutely give a shit about that. Yes, please. Don't care about Borderlands 4. I don't care about the whole thing with the CEO. What did you expect? He's a gaming CEO. They don't play video games. They just milk your little gamer nipples for money. That's just how it works. Online gambling epidemic.
A few months.
That sounds interesting. Oh, that's Drew Gooden. Fuck yeah, I like that guy. Let's see. The dark world of celebrity yachting. Okay. Okay, I think I know exactly what that's about. Tiny Trap saves electronics from disasters. Don't care. He'd rather... Don't care. Frame rate first. No, I'm tired of Balula. I'm gonna be honest. He makes like 1 million different videos, this guy. Sometimes he makes a banger, and then like the rest of the time I look at it and I'm like, couldn't care. Iron Mouse Choir. Look, okay, I already have PTSD. Oh, I saw this. This is so fucking bad. This is terrifying to me. This shit right here is scary as fuck. Oh, shit. Can't play that music. That shit is terrifying. That is... Do you know how many naked AI bitches there are going to be on the internet like 5 months from now? Actually, no, I take that back. Next week, based on what I just saw from the AI 3D modeling stuff, there's just going to be tits all over the internet. And you know what? It's going to be dudes. It's just going to be fat, hairy fucking truckers behind there going, "You like my milkers, don't you, little boy?" And then the AI is going to translate their voice and make you think it's a woman. And the problem is, I don't know, when you get pubes in the mail and you think it's from a woman. Yeah, the bath water tastes a little bit different. Gee, I wonder why. What are these brown flecks in the bath water jar? I don't understand. This is actually brilliant though. One day when I decide to scam the shit out of everyone and just like it vanish, I'll come back as some AI whore and just milk people for money. It'll be great. What I suspect is people taking whole porn videos and running it through an AI so they can make money off of people who want to watch cartoon characters take copious amounts of dick. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that's already happening. Ignorance is bliss, nuts are busted, no problem here. You know what? All I need to happen is the same thing that happens with those Chinese AI filters. and those women who do that thing where they like have their face, and then the filter fails for like a second, and then for just like a hot second you see what you're really looking at, and then the filter comes back. I think that's great. I think that would be amazing. Yeah, I just need that bug to stay in AI. That would be so good. This is why I follow autistic women VTubers. Are you sure they're women, Cyro? How sure are you? Have you seen their penis? If you haven't seen her feminine penis, how can you tell it's a woman? Man, that shit's terrifying. Oh, I heard some of this. Wait, okay. I don't know if this approaches the realm of politics, but I think it's really fucking funny that we're now blaming Tylenol for autism. I don't know how true it is or not, but I do know that there's been no long-term studies done on painkillers. So I wonder what kind of negative side effects it's had on humanity using painkillers all the time. That'll be interesting. YouTuber amputated his own legs to scam insurance. Fuck yeah, that's the most upstanding YouTuber. That sounds great. Steam games that are actually malware. Fuck yeah. And you know what? We'll worry about the rest later. We'll take a look at the rest later. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Let's see what you animals put in my fucking Discord. No, not that. That's disgusting. I don't know why anyone would watch that. Ugh. It's just gross. What is this? Oh, this is Borderlands stuff.
Welcome.
Oh, I've seen this guy's stuff before.
Welcome, adventurer. It is your very fate that brought you here today.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a little bit concerning because I kind of have like a hallway in my house that kind of looks like this. Oh man.
Child, I can tell that you are a brave warrior of pure heart and noble intention. Well, they say that the weapon chooses the warrior. And I can tell that, this weapon has been drawn to your courageous spirit.
He's an FBI plant. You know, he's an FBI plant. This is how they get you. They dress up as a wizard and then they get you to shoot someone. This is how it works. What's funny is that people are now deliberately taking Tylenol as a political statement. You know what? That's what I've been missing out of politics. That's why politics has been fucking exhausting to me. Is because I don't give a fuck if someone's left or right. I just want to laugh at stupid shit. That's the best part about it. It's just laughing at retards. This whole thing of we're gonna take everything seriously is so fucking stupid. Thanks for the resub, Ashura. You fucker.
This is the Watching Phantom Flame. If you lock on with it, it fires all 6 shots at once. And the flame decal on the side, pardon my language, but fuck. With this, dare I say it?
So, you know what, we need to go back to programming video games like this. With shitty pixelated graphics. You know what, you don't understand this until it's gone. But this shit was peak. This is how video game introductions and tutorials should go. This is how it should be. This is how, as God intended. The amount of global research on the study of user acetaminophen while pregnant is staggering. It's like, wait, what? 210 million? Wait, how many zeros is that? 21 million? At this point, and they found no link of any side effects when the dosage is kept low. I don't know, I've never taken acetaminophen.
You could be the one to slay the dragon.
Yeah, that's definitely the drug dealer.
I think I got him.
Yeah, that's out. Yeah, okay. Based on the previous Borderlands games, that seems about right. Yeah, it was well played. Genius. Genius. That was brilliant. That's actually exactly what I expect out of Borderlands. It's brilliant. That's if the dosage is high like any medicine, but controlled usage is universally safe. Well, yeah, this is the thing, is people are fucking retarded about stuff. Especially when it comes to medication, right? People are so fucking stupid when it comes to medication because they're like, oh, this medication's bad for you. And it's like, yes, of course it's bad for you. There's always some statistical group outlier that's going to have some kind of side effect. And if it starts happening to you, stop taking the fucking medication. You are susceptible to something that someone else isn't. Right? Then if you go over certain dosages, if you eat a grapefruit while taking certain fucking medications, you're gonna get fucked up. Yes, you have acetaminophen is Tylenol. Oh, okay. Okay. Then yes, I have taken that. Actually, I don't know if I have. Hold on. I just need to check something. Oh, the same medication. Yes, then I have taken it. Okay, we just call it paracetamol. Okay, we just have a different name for it, that's why. If only Randy Pitchfork wasn't a human vaginal deposit of a person. Yeah, everyone's going after that fucker today, huh? Everyone's been going after him for a while. But, I mean, like, come on. You guys have got to give the CEO of Borderlands a break. You've got to give these game devs a break. They don't play video games. How the fuck are they going to know what you want? They've never in their lives thought, damn, I give a fuck about the people who play video games. That's never gone through their head, not once. They're there to make money. They're like, how do I strap some pixels onto a payment system and get people to give me fucking money? That's all they give a shit about. They don't care about you. You're like in world. If we were looking at this in MMORPG terms, right? They are the main player character, and you are the herbs that they are picking up along the way so that they can continue to level up their crafting. They don't give a fuck about you. They're just gonna come back later when the herbs respawn so they can get some more of them. It's just how it is. Tylenol in US, paracetamol in the rest of the world, because of course the US has to call it something different. Yeah, that's fair. They fall under a whole bunch of different regulatory systems. The US kind of does its own thing, kind of flails its dick in the wind and decides, you know what, we're just gonna, fuck you, don't tell me what to do. The entire US empire, the more I think about it, is like a teenager who refuses to listen to everyone. And it's really, really funny. And sometimes they're right. Actually, a lot of the time they're right and no one wants to listen to them. It's actually really funny to watch. And no one wants to admit that. Let's see what other shit you put in here. What's this? Steam games that were actually malware.
Played any of these Steam games, your computer has a virus. See, after the Blockbuster situation where a 2D side-scroller just stole $32,000 from a cancer patient...
I need to hear that again.
After the Blockbuster situation where a 2D side-scroller just stole $32,000 from a cancer patient...
Video games are stealing money from people now. Holy fucking shit. I mean, to be fair, a while back, one of the Dark Souls games had a flaw that could be exploited by hackers that would give them remote access to your desktop. So I wonder if this is like they wrote a piece of malware into the game that either like scans your PC for like bank details or like logs all your passwords or something. But that's fucking terrifying. Jesus Christ. You know what? We're living in a new day and age. Welcome to 2025. We're no longer scamming people through emails. It's now, hey, play this video game and lose your fucking ass. Go back to being poor. Stage 4 cancer streamer loses 32,000 to block blasters. Jesus Christ. He should have just drove a camper van into the desert and started making meth. It was a way safer option than playing video games. I'm sorry. But at least he would have gone out with a bang if he'd done that instead.
People are finding out that there's a lot more malware disguised as free-to-play games that's making it past Steam's review systems. Like Pirate 5, for example, that was marketed as a play-to-earn crypto survival game where hackers were even offering fake jobs as in-game moderators just to trick people into downloading the virus.
Holy shit. So Steam's low moderation platform is now allowing you to scam people by getting them to download a piece of software like a video game. They don't check it. No one checks it. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what this means? If you do anything like... If you get any of those emails where they're like, hey, download this game and try it out, none of that's safe. How good is the meth in South Africa? I wouldn't know. It's too expensive. I can't afford a meth habit. It's way too expensive. That's for rich people. Thing is, this is not the first malware game that's on Steam, and Steam needs to do something. Yeah, Steam really needs to do something. There needs to be... okay, so the problem here that I'm seeing is if you've got malware baked into a game, trying to regulate... that is always going to be, it's going to be one of those tit for tat kind of things where you have to keep continually looking for new types of malware that people are developing and putting into video games. I hear the words crypto and I immediately lose interest and no longer care. So does the rest of the world, Jimmy. Like, honestly, the whole crypto video game thing is such a fucking scam and it's such a joke because you play, like, even I knew this, right? And I work in crypto. Like, my job is primarily based in crypto. What crypto is crypto is a finance system first and a whatever else second, right? That means that if you want to build an automated financial contract between two parties, congratulations, you can do that with crypto and cut out a middleman. That makes sense. If you have a financial system strapped to a game that's automatically a piece of shit game because it's doing everything in its power to get you to spend money on it, that's like the worst thing to do with any video game ever. Jesus Christ. There's another game with malware in Steam that has affected thousands of people. Valve has done nothing about it. It's called Destiny 2. No Guild Wars 2 tonight. Memories because I can't record my gameplay. My entire system is fucked. There will be Guild Wars 2 tomorrow when I fixed it. When I fix some of the features of my stream.
Virus. There were over 800 confirmed victims, and based off the screenshots...
800? God damn. God... You know what? I just thought about this. This is... It's so fucked how much trust we actually have in Steam. How we just literally... We click a button and it'll download it. And like, you don't think about it, right? You think about suspicious links in an email. You think about, like, anyone posting anything anywhere in a comment system. You're like, maybe I don't want to click on this. Most people don't fucking think at all when it comes to Steam. They're just like, oh, it's the new game I wanted to play. And then they just click a button. Holy shit. Steam's got to do something or they're fucked. This will destroy trust across the Steam platform if they do nothing. Can't identify any risk in the base game, nor in the separate DLCs, but all of them at once would result in some malware or spyware. I mean, that's any Tencent game. Yeah, Valorant requires Ring 0 permission. Yeah, no, it's for anti-cheat, I promise, guys. You know, come to think of it, would you classify anti-cheat as a kind of malware? And is that why they're able to get past the Steam verification system? Probably. Anybody who willingly downloads a crypto game deserves to get scammed. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you're getting scammed of your time, you might as well get scammed of your money as well.
Tell it was a sketchy acid flip game,
Damn.
but Sniper Phantom's Resolution was a way more believable virus because from the trailer on YouTube, it looked like a typical FPS game, but instead of risking getting flagged by Steam, what they did was set up a page for you to wishlist the game and told you to check out the demo on their...
Okay, so you gotta be super retarded to get scammed by that one. By the way, just quick side note. Look how absolutely immaculate that man's forehead is. It is glistening. You can see the shine coming off of it. It's beautiful.
Official site, but the worst malware attack had to be a game called Chemia that was sold as a survival crafting game, where the hackers were offering exclusive playtests that were invite only to get people hyped, but the build that they released on Steam had multiple info stealers that grabbed your browser data and your crypto wallets. If you've played any...
Oh my god, it's stealing people's crypto wallets. Oh my god, how fucking retarded. You know what? I just realized this. You know what? This is probably the dumbest fucking thing in the world. If it's stealing people's crypto wallets, I bet you what it's doing is there's a bunch of fucking retards that have their passphrases and their wallet key, like their wallet address, just in like a notepad document somewhere. And it's just literally searching for that. And when it finds it, it finds the passphrase and steals. Oh my god. These people are so fucking stupid. There's a reason you're supposed to secure the passphrase somewhere offline in like a physical storage kind of device if you want to keep shit safe. Oh my god. No, these people are fucking retarded. These people are fucking retarded. If you're getting scammed by that, you kind of deserve it. You gotta learn your lesson. Damn. That's just fucking sad. Holy shit. Okay, what else did you animals send me? Let's go for the short one. Let's go for the introducing Tylenol. Autism strength.
You're either pregnant or very fat.
I am pregnant.
How would you like your child to start a rocket company?
That would be great. I guess.
Then try new Tylenol, Autism Strength, the only pain reliever guaranteed to put your child on the spectrum. This fast-acting Tylenol quickly goes through your bloodstream and somehow, through some unknown process no one can quite explain, gives your child autism.
Are there any side effects?
Well, there's the autism.
Oh.
Tylenol Autism Strength. It may or may not give your kid...
This is such a missed opportunity right here. Because what they need is this right here is just empty space, right? Do you know what they need right here? Remember the whole like Trump rally thing when him and Elon were like best butt buddies, right? What you need is an autistic jumping Elon right here, like with his arms back, you know, jumping for joy in the space right here. That was such a missed opportunity. That would work so well. Like honestly, I'm willing to bet that people are fucking stupid enough that you could actually market autism as a positive to people. I'm willing to bet you could get away with that. That's brilliant.
There's like a correlation or something.
Exceptional. Brilliant. Love that shit. Get that. You got an autism max now. I gotta max that shit out. Be as retarded as possible. Now let's see. YouTuber amputated his own leg to scam his insurance. Do you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like the most morally upstanding YouTuber out there. Because he amputated his leg to scam the people that scam everyone else. He didn't fuck a kid. He wasn't sexting with minors. He chopped off his own leg to steal money from people that steal money from everyone else. I can respect that. Let's see where this goes.
Vascular surgeon was just thrown in jail for insurance fraud after it was revealed that his amputations were not due to the sepsis that he...
Oh, fuck yeah, he got some RoboCop legs as well. He's just... Man, he's living in Deus Ex. He's just upgrading.
claimed were actually self-inflicted and fueled by both an interest in amputations and greed. Sometimes I come across stories and I'm like, this can't be real. But unfortunately, it is. Because this man made himself a double amputee, lied about it, then made nearly $500,000 Great British pounds in fraudulent insurance claims after.
Okay, $500,000 GBP. Okay, so this happened in the UK. Okay, based. Stealing from the British. Always the morally correct decision.
Because even though
shoe companies hate this one trick, the dude fucking upgraded himself. He's playing Cyberpunk 2077. This man went full RoboCop on everyone. This is great. This guy's a genius. You call him a bastard now. You call him an idiot now. But 10, 20 years from now, he'll be a maverick. He will be remembered as the first of many.
He told his provider that he had sepsis. It was later revealed that he had frozen his own legs with dry ice until they required amputation. What kind of sick freak do you have to be to do this? Okay, so him being a vascular surgeon means...
Okay, the way I'm seeing this work out in my head, right, is that he actually probably did have something wrong with his legs. The insurance refused to cover it. Something fucked up happened to his legs, or he did something fucked up thinking he was going to make the situation better, made the situation worse, and the health insurance that he has is claiming because he did this on purpose, he doesn't deserve a payout. That's what I'm looking at. Like, I imagine that anyone who works at a health insurance or any of these, like, people working to, like, decide who gets cover and doesn't is probably a subhuman, right? And so they will find every way to squirm out of paying out anyone ever, because I've had that personal experience from my health insurance. So that's what I expect from every other health insurance on the planet. So I'm almost willing to bet that they're accusing him of something he didn't do here.
Means that he performed hundreds of amputations himself, and now some of his patients are seeking legal advice out of fear that their own surgeries might have not been needed.
That's big brain. He was practicing, so he didn't fuck up when it was his turn.
That is horrifying. That is one incredible can of worms they just opened by charging this guy, because I cannot even imagine being one of his patients. Losing your limb and then realizing, wait, this guy is just some sick freak who just really enjoys removing limbs. Oh boy, okay. So obviously, that's a valid fear.
He needed his fix.
Here, given who we're talking about here today, because the subject of today's video is Neil Hopper. He was found to have a, well,
Am I high? Or is that his surname? The man who cut his fucking legs off. His surname is Neil Hopper. Are you fucking kidding me? That's like the world's most famous author being named Stephen McBookwriter. Jesus Christ.
Let's say fixation on DIY amputations. Again, how is this a real story? So who's Neil Hopper? Well, Neil Hopper is a 45-year-old vascular surgeon from Cornwall, England. And in 2019, he had both his legs amputated below the knee.
My name's Neil Hopper. I'm a vascular surgeon who works in Truro. I've just been discharged from hospital and I was admitted unwell with sepsis of unknown cause. So I'm now bilateral.
Sepsis of unknown cause. Now that's a red flag right there, because usually you know what's causing the sepsis.
Below knee amputee, which is quite ironic given my job.
You see, the original story that Neil told was that after returning from his camping trip, he apparently fell sick. So he stayed home while his wife and children left to visit his parents. The next morning, his wife called him to check in, and Neil was so delirious and speaking in gibberish.
We just figured it out. That's all I needed to hear. This man has a wife, and she's British. That's it. I'd also cut my fucking legs off if I have to live with a British person. That makes sense. I get it now. He chose the least painful of two options. He needed a moment to fucking think for himself. And he couldn't get it at home. And he was like, if I cut my leg off, I could get myself a whole week. I don't have to hear stupid shit for like a week. And all it's going to cost me is my legs. He knew what was coming. He made a worthwhile trade.
So she quickly called a friend and had him taken to the hospital. Here he was told he had sepsis and that it would take a lot to save the damaged tissue. So Neil and his doctors agreed to amputate both of his feet. And when I say agreed, I mean Neil seemed to imply that he insisted on it. But Neil says...
My only question is, do you think they let him keep the feet? Do you think he has them like in a jar somewhere? Like he just shows them off every now and then? Like people walk into his home and he's like, these are my feet. It just carries on going. Like there's just like a fucking formaldehyde glass jar with a foot in it somewhere in this man's house.
He was back to work in 6 months and had also launched his social media, the Bionic Surgeon, on Instagram and YouTube, as well as a Bionic Surgeon.
That's good branding. He had to cut off his legs. I understand.
Surgeon website. Did this dude amputate himself to kickstart his social media career? Is this a new low? Hello? So apparently he used these socials to share his story on becoming a double amputee, continuing his career as a surgeon and how he was adjusting to life with prosthetics. Looking back now, some of the things he shared are pretty ironic.
I've even managed to sort through a pile of old documents, which is about 2 foot tall, and sorted out some insurance claims and personal independent payment claims, and I can afford to live without the payments. But then there's the other half of me going, it's there, I'm entitled to it, paid my taxes. So yeah, it's a little bit strange. Don't think I'm morally strong enough not to take the free stuff.
I'm gonna play you a clip, right? Just so that you have some comprehension of the kind of person that I'm seeing here, right? Hold on. Let's just play Jimmy's clip. Then I'm gonna play you a clip that relates to what he just did, right? Because most people are not gonna understand why is he so freely admitting all of this, right?
I feel good.
But also, I know this clip.
Like I know it would. I feel good.
Hey.
Hey, what's up,
Hey,
man?
why are you so happy back there and I'm taking you to jail?
Hey, man, look, I'm so happy, boy. When you're taking me, I got 24 hours away from my wife, man. I gotta go.
Man's living the life. So, I'd like... if you want to know, like, how he feels, right? Right, I need you to go and watch the movie The Big Short, because what he's doing there on camera is this.
I don't get it. Why are they confessing?
They're not confessing. They're bragging.
That's what's going on there. This man is bragging. What this video is here is him bragging.
He appeared on the British daytime TV show This Morning to discuss his story. And he even applied to become a para-astronaut. Yeah, the guy, I guess, decided if he was going to commit fraud, he might as well just try to go to space.
That's pretty genius. If you chop off your legs, that's a lower maximum takeoff weight. Pax weight drops. Chop your legs off. That's so good. You could put two butter knives in your bag that you strap to the bottom of your feet. Spin through space like a blender. That's genius. This man's a maverick.
As well. Not that I blame the guy for trying to do that, but still, how is this man a real person? I mean, the dude was clearly loving the spotlight and the attention. Just listen to him list off all of his accomplishments for the year.
Ended up being invited to talk on Radio Cornwall, which sort of avalanched into a conversation with a TV producer, Gemma, awesome lady, and I ended up being followed around by some BBC cameras for a few days and made a brief documentary about my return to work and the problems I'd had and my concerns about amputee care, and then got invitation to speak to Daily Mail, turned them down, don't like their politics.
Yeah, so that's pretty much just like public speaking events and interviews. And remember, he also relearned how to walk, and he was in the process of potentially going to space. Wouldn't you want to include that as well? And I'm sure he was loving the insurance payouts as well, because he allegedly used them to buy a camper van, a hot tub, a wood burner, and to make home.
Damn. Hold on, let me just convert that into Monopoly money quickly. Hold on. I just gotta see. I'm so curious. That would literally be me set for life. This man made life-changing money. Holy shit. That's all you need for the rest of your life. Holy fuck.
Home improvements. And Neil was just sharing all of his toys across social media pretty much shamelessly.
What the fuck are you getting a jacuzzi for? You can't feel the water with your feet. You gotta do that thing where you put your hand in and swirl it around now. What a fucking waste. Jesus Christ, this is opulence at its peak.
And seemed to be genuinely happy and thriving on the outside.
I'm more active than I've almost ever been. I've been out on a trike a lot. I'll put some videos of that up at some point. I do a lot of walking. I can walked 4 miles across country paths.
Yeah, because you got fucking spring-loaded leaf springs on your goddamn ankles now. You don't have to worry about sore feet ever again. What did you... I'm bouncing between this guy's the perfect scam artist and this guy's a fucking maverick. This guy's, I can't decide whether he's a genius or a retard. But honestly, I'm kind of being distracted by the idea that he could probably get, he could disassemble a pogo stick and tape it to one of his legs and then tape a machete to the other. And if he can learn to spin, he can become the world's biggest Beyblade. That's all I'm thinking about right now.
On my legs without much difficulty at all.
On the inside, however, there was a dark secret that was about to come out. And this is where things go from crazy to batshit insane. Because in March of 2023, literally the same month that BBC published an article about his sepsis and life after losing his legs, he was arrested after being linked to the owner of, let's just call it an X-rated site. Oh boy.
And here I was thinking he didn't look at child porn. God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Now, I need to be very careful with how I word all of this if I don't want this video smited from the algorithm, but Neil was paying for videos from a website that specialized in removing men's parts.
Oh, thank God. It's not kids. Oh, thank God. He just wanted to see fucking dicks being chopped off. Oh. Thank you, Hopper. Thank you, Hopper, who can no longer hop. Oh, my God. I'm not even mad at him. I'm just relieved it had nothing to do with kids. Holy shit.
In another disturbing charge, investigators found that between 2018 and 2020, Hopper bought 3 videos from a now defunct website called The Eunuch Maker, an extreme body modification website which showcased disturbing mutilation live streams.
Okay, yeah, what a fascinating use of free will. That is absolute. No, actually, what a f***ed up use of free will. That is just awful.
Rosario, you say you came into the stream on some weird lines. You could have come into the stream at any point in time and that would have happened. Damn. A castration fetishist. That's oppressive with the whole... you know what? I'm just so relieved. Like, I can't even be horrified at the guy, like, getting off to other people's cocks being chopped off. Keith, I don't think that camera angle works. Unfortunately... because OBS updated and destroyed everything that I put together, this is the angles you get now. Isn't it magical? This camera still works. This camera still works. This one somehow still works. And this one's just a black screen now. We got fucked. Yeah, I gotta fix it. I'll be spending like tomorrow fixing a lot of these things. I had to get up and stream it because I was so fucking tired of getting everything destroyed. What kind of doctor was this guy? An amputee doctor. He amputated other people's parts, and then he amputated his own. And then he jerked off to people chopping their own body parts off. Man, this guy has been living the fucking dream. Right? One day, this man saw a body part removed, and he was like, I'm so into that shit, I'm going to make my entire life about this. It's so beautiful. I always let OBS update and I always regret it. Same. I didn't even think about it. I clicked that update button, and then I realized the folly of my decisions. It destroyed me.
Awful. Yeah. Sometimes we just have those videos where we just kind of hit new lows. This is just,
God damn.
But that's not all. He also even exchanged messages with the owner of the website where he revealed the truth about his own injuries.
In one message, Hopper told Gustafsson, I've dreamt of this for 20 years. Oh man, this guy's been gooning over fucking chopped off body parts for 20 years. Oh, fuck, this man has been rock hard at the desk every day. Like, imagine you go in, like, for an amputation of some kind, or some fucking surgery. You get knocked the fuck out, and you are left in a room alone with this guy. And he's gonna be removing body parts from you while you're unconscious, and he's fucking jerking off. Like, he's chopping off your leg with one hand because he's rubbing his dick with the other. Jesus. That's fucking beautiful. That's wild. But the question is, did anyone die from his amputations? Or was he good? I bet he was good. I bet he was one of the best amputee doctors out there, actually. I bet he was so fucking good at his job because it really turned him on, so he like got it down to like a perfect science. It's going to be awesome being a double amputee. After his amputations, he sent him another message. It feels so cool. No feet.
The damages that led to his double leg amputations that have been self-inflicted. Yeah, I guess he just left that part out when he was filing his insurance claims for £500,000. Yeah, I mean, you can't come back from messaging someone that it's going to be awesome when you become a double amputee and then it's been your dream for 20 years. I think that is the definition of you being quite messed up. And the investigation...
he's like a 6 out of 10 on the scale. I mean, it's a victimless crime. He stole money from a health insurance company. With all the fucked up shit we've seen happen in 2024 and 2025, Destiny out there with child porn, Hassan fucking sucking off terrorists live on stream, Dr. Disrespect, fucking every big YouTuber out there in the world, Vouch, finding out how many of these people are fucking pedophiles. This guy's like, he barely registers on the scale. This guy's like a 6 out of 10 at most. I mean, come on. At least he did it to himself, not someone else. Oh, wait, no, he did chop off other people's limbs. Never mind. He probably found an excuse. Like, imagine you go into this doctor and they're like, oh, no, you're like, doc, my leg feels a little bit itchy. And he's just like sitting there in the corner salivating, being like, oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry, but the leg needs to go. Can you imagine? He's trying his best to contain himself of making up an excuse why he's going to chop your limbs off. Oh, Jesus, he belongs in a Monty Python skit, this guy.
The website had blown Neil's lies wide open, and he was arrested and charged with 2 counts of fraud by false representation and a charge of a grievous body harm. So yeah, you can definitely have a feel for his former patients, because finding out the guy who performed an amputation on you apparently has a, he's into that stuff, and he was paying for videos of it. That would be pretty horrifying. It's not completely clear why Neil wanted to remove his feet, but his defense claimed that Mr. Hopper had suffered body dysphoria since childhood, and his feet were an unwelcome extra, and apparently a persistent, never-ending discomfort to him.
So he's like the exact opposite of a foot fetishist, right? He wanted them gone.
Which is extremely rare, but not unheard of, because there was that story of the woman who blinded herself with drain cleaner because she claimed that she should have been born.
I mean, I would also blind myself if I looked like that.
Blind. Also, random interesting fact, but most people who struggle with wanting to remove a body part are middle-aged white men, and the most common thing they want to amputate is the left leg. You really learned.
I have never in my life thought about amputating my left leg. What the fuck? That's so hyper-specific. God, it's like, that's like a thing. Jesus, women need to stop asking men, like, how many times did you think about the Roman Empire today? They need to start asking them things like, how many times did you think about chopping off your left leg today? Dysphoria is a meme. It's not crucial to their identity. It's just a fetish. They just jack off to it. I think there's something else going on there. I don't think it's as easy as, like, there is probably like some sexual kink element involved there. But I think there's something else going on in the brain there. I think the problem is if you, like, leave it with a label like dysphoria, or like some broad-based label that doesn't really tell you anything, you don't really figure out what the fuck's going on. It's like I got into an argument with someone over the weekend. It really pissed my wife off because it was her sister's friend. Her sister's friend was talking about being non-binary, and I didn't mean to do this. My filter dropped for like a second, and I said, I'm non-elephant. And that like cut the conversation short. And then I was like, do you see what the fucking problem is there? I told you what I'm not. That doesn't tell you what I am. So what the fuck are you? And then, yeah, my wife kind of had to drag me off to be like, you can't fucking say this shit in public. This is why you have no friends. This is why people don't want to talk to you. This is why I don't want you hanging around my family too long. I just don't understand. Why would you want to make yourself worse? I don't even know how to form a question. Well, he's not making himself worse. He got himself the goddamn, the fucking cyberpunk legs. He got himself the springy leaf springs. I bet he could jump way higher than he's ever jumped in his life.
Something new every day. But I guess all this to say, it is possible to just not want a certain part of your body. But you obviously can't just like hack off a limb at random, and you definitely can't then just claim it as sepsis for £500,000.
Yeah,
because that's a serious payday. So obviously he did some financial trickery to be able to get that payday on top of getting what he also wanted. And it really does not help when the evidence comes out of you telling your friend that you're going to milk this insurance payout. So at this point, it looked like Neil had nowhere left to hide and didn't enter any plea deals in court.
According to the Times UK, Hopper didn't enter any pleas to the 3 charges lodged at him and reportedly shed a tear before being led to his cell by court officers.
And the court also heard that Hopper...
Okay, if he's going to prison for this, this is really important. If he's going to prison for this, does not having legs make him easier to rape, or does it make him less attractive to the other prisoners? Like, where does he fall on that scale? Like, do they rub the stub while they're going at it? Is it like they know he can't run away? Like, if they remove the prosthetics, is he like perfect height for a blowy? Like, I've got so many questions. This is a whole new world I've stepped into. Jesus Christ.
Did not regret his operations, but bitterly regrets the dishonesty about their cause. And then I guess most recently, on August 28th, he was finally thrown in jail for close to 32 months for his crimes. The judge in this case also made a harm prevention order for 10 years and set a timetable to recover some of the funds he acquired.
Hold on. In addition to jailing Hopper, who can no longer hop, judge made a harm prevention order for 10 years and set a timetable for a proceeds of crime investigation to recover some of the funds he fraudulently obtained. The court heard that Hopper would lose his home. So when those 10 years are up, is he going to chop something else off? UK is amazing when you think about it. Insurance fraud is considered such a heinous crime, but touching kids is just a pastime activity over there, like baseball. UK is a strange place. Jimmy, that's very Islamophobic of you, I'll have you know. How dare you? I bet you wouldn't go over to that Sharia state and say that to their faces.
Fraudulently. The court also heard that Hopper would lose his home, so even if you hear 3 years is light, he will be dealing with the repercussions of this for the rest of his life. And then you can also factor in the part where he doesn't have legs anymore, so he'll also deal with that for the rest of his life on top of this. But apparently he wanted that, so whatever floats your boat, man. Honestly, this is just fucking weird. This is definitely one of the more bizarre stories I've covered.
Yeah, this is an odd one.
I mean, at this point, I just hope all of his former patients get the peace of mind they deserve, even though that seems very difficult given how unsettling this guy ended up being. And while a spokesperson for the NHS put out a statement claiming there's been no evidence to suggest that any risk to any of his patients, I'd still kind of be worried. It just wouldn't sit right. So personally, I don't know if that would make me feel
Yeah, you go into a hospital, you got that doctor who's a little bit overexcited about operating on you. You know it's time to leave. You want that guy who's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, another one. That's the guy you want operating on you.
Much better. Because I mean, if there's a dude who's like really taking pleasure in removing your leg and it's like the most traumatizing experience of your life, yeah.
Oh man, I've got so many questions. Man, this did not go at all the way I thought it was going to go. Holy shit. Like, did he keep his patient's body parts? Was he attracted to the act of amputation? Or the amputee afterwards? Did he care about the stub? Or the part that he removed? How many times during surgery did he whip his dick out? Was he good? Was he good at his job, though? Like, what was his skill level that he got away with this for like 20 years? Surely he must have known what the fuck he was doing. If it's been that long. Bro, it's Diamond Rank. Now, I'm not talking about his masturbation record. Like, God, there's so many questions running through my head right now. This is, God damn. This did not go the way I expected. Holy shit.
I really feel for them. But I mean, hey, at least he didn't slander a YouTuber for being a deadbeat father like this woman did for clout. I don't know why she did it, and she kept doubling down on it, but it's an insane story I'd recommend checking out here. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe,
Yeah,
drop a
couldn't
like on
care
this
less.
video, and I'll see you
That was
guys
good.
tomorrow.
That was so fascinating. Holy shit. That made like, man, oh shit, dude. That's like a whole world that I don't understand. Diamond rank amputator bronze league master. I bet he was multitasking. I bet he was out there sawing off limbs with one hand and jerking off, and he was like matching the motions while he was doing it. God damn. Holy shit. Like, someone needs to raid this man's home. I bet there's a basement. There's like a Joseph Fritzl basement that's just jars of body parts. I bet that exists. I'm so fucking dead certain that that exists. Holy shit. Oh man, that's so odd. God damn. The only thing I can think that reminds me of is, okay, so when I was a kid, when I was younger, my mom liked watching this US channel on TV that was called Crime and Investigation, right? And it caused quite a few fights, like, between my parents, because my mom would, like, stay up late and watch the show just because she found it fascinating, right? And my dad, like, genuinely thought that my mom was, like, planning his fucking murder. And there you go, there's the Tangier Dungeon, I'll tell you this. So, my dad was, like, dead convinced that my mom was planning his murder. And was, like, learning tips and tricks through the fucking Crime and Investigation channel. It turns out women are fucking fascinated by this stuff, by the way. Like, it's not just my mom. It's like, there are so many women who, like, watch, like, murder mystery shit. And, like, women who've done weird shit to people. Non-stop. It's, like, odd. It's just odd, right? And the only thing that guy who gets his limbs chopped off makes me think of, it makes me think of, I watched one of those shows with my mom, and there was like a kid who grew up to be a serial killer, but the way he would kill his victims was he would take them into like his garage, and he would break every single bone in their body, and then they would die from shock, right? And when he was finally caught and like arrested by the police, they asked him, like, why did you do this? And he was like, I just like the sound of bones breaking. I feel like this guy kind of fits into that same kind of category, where you can't quite understand why. Convince someone anal? What the hell are you talking about? Have you ever seen the fetish distribution charts between genders? Men have more varied fetishes, but women are mostly just all the violent shit like killing and fucking their corpse or rape. Yes, I've seen it. I've seen that kind of stuff. I don't know what it is, but there's a certain subsect of the female population that are into some really, really fucked up shit. Like some shit that'll put a guy in jail if he even, like, sent a message to a woman that covered any of her fantasies. And I don't know what to do about that. Bro, buy a rotisserie chicken and then get the tape recorder. Fucking hell. It wasn't enough for him. Apparently, look, I watched that whole episode because I was so fucked up. Like, it was so fucked up. I was like 15 watching this with my mom. And he was talking about, like, they were like, why didn't you do this? Like, why didn't you just go to, like, a butcher and, like, break cow bones or something? And he said there was something special about the sounds that came from people when he broke their bones, and not just the sound of the bones breaking, but the people themselves. That guy, like, that dude existed. And he loved it. And here's the fucked up part. You know who his favorite victims were? Take a wild guess. Just take a wild guess. women, no. Divorced dads, no. He said, orthopedic surgeon, he said that his two favorite groups of people to target were old men and little girls. Because they made the most blissful sounds he had ever heard. So one day, fucking the cranky old man goes missing in the neighborhood. It's time to start panicking. One day, little Sarah's out on her bicycle, and then little Sarah's not out on her bicycle anymore. And, like, honestly, listening to that kind of shit, that convinced me that there are some people that just need to be deleted, right? Like, a person like that, no. You can't have that shit. That's like fucking... That's like... I'm sorry, you gotta go third world on their asses. You gotta get rid of that shit. You can't have that. But yeah. There's some fucked up people out there. So like, Mr. Amputation Man, at least he's doing it to himself. Pay to win on Tangier Dungeon. What? There is? So it's like a real MMO? I'll fuck up Mr. Magoo. I ain't messing with little Susie. You know what the funny part is? I can't remember, but I think the reason he got caught was because he got so desperate to hear the breaking, the sounds of an old man's bones breaking, that he broke into an old guy's home, and the old guy just fucking like blew him, hit him with buckshot in the chest. And he thought he was dying. That's how he got caught, if I remember correctly. But I can't remember the whole story. I might be mixing that up with another story. But the interviews they did with him was like the sickest shit I've ever seen. My dad was real scared for a long while that he was gonna get fucking murdered by my mom. You can equip the loot you find in the Tangier dungeon via the extension. Fuck. Look, I don't even know how to describe the Tangier dungeon. I'm still setting it up. If I can add custom shit to it, I will. I want to add it to these models here below as well, but that might take some time. I'm still talking to Tangier about that. I want to see if I can get them to do something better than that. But let's move on. Let's move on from these fucked up chopping legs off of people kind of stuff, because goddamn, what the hell? What the fuck, man? Let's move on to something a little less fucked up. Like, what happens to bitches on big boats? Now, I'm going to say this now to preempt what I think's going to happen in this. There are certain girls, attractive girls, that went to my sister school. Right, so I went to an all-boys school. We had a sister school that was an all-girls school. We interacted a lot. There were certain very attractive girls that were bragging about how they were going to get a free trip to certain countries in the Middle East, like Abu Dhabi, Dubai, because some sheikh messaged them on Facebook or Instagram or some shit. And then they would go there for like a week. And like the dude would like take a shit and like take a blasted diarrhea shit in her mouth for like a week. And then she'd like all of a sudden be filthy rich. Or come home with a Lamborghini. Or like there would be a recording of her fucking a camel or some shit out there. I know a few of those people. Or at least I knew them. I don't know them anymore. I'm willing to bet this boat thing is just a variation on that. The argument you need when someone says shit like nobody deserves to die is just to tell them to look up Daisy's Destruction. Yeah, I'm not going to look that shit up. This one's easy. They get paid to shit on these guys. Yeah, no. Like, hot air chick on a rich sheik's yacht. What could go wrong? I imagine going out into international water with a billionaire or a multi-millionaire with an extremely fragile but gigantic ego is probably some of the most retarded shit you could ever do. Can you imagine you just say the wrong joke to this guy and he's just going to throw you overboard and that's you gone. And when he gets back to shore, he's going to be like, he fell overboard and we tried to find him and he was gone so quickly. And you think it like, man, this is making me think that Diddy needs to level up. Diddy should have been doing his freak offs on a boat. Because he could have got rid of the evidence real fast. Hey, yo, man, I don't know why these people keep jumping off my boat. And it's just everyone who said that we're going to go to the cops about him. Damn. Let's see where this goes.
Is one of the entertainment industry's biggest open secrets, with A-list stars, including models, actors,
that's about right.
and influencers, being rumored to have been involved in yachting at some point during their careers. If you're unfamiliar with the term, yachting is used to describe the practice of being paid to spend.
Oh God, don't do that, Sniper. Save your fucking money. God damn it. You know, I was hoping to spend tomorrow fixing up all the things that OBS fucked up. Now I'm going to be losing about an hour of time doing taxes instead. God damn it. Spend your money where it's actually worth it. On yourself. I'm also going to find a way to send you a 3D model. God damn it. Also, yes, I see you hit you hit Sawman there. Congratulations to him, that stingy British dog. That motherfucker. If it takes you that long, you're doing it wrong. Okay, just God damn it, let's continue. You fucking threw me off right now, god damn it.
Time, often on a yacht with extremely wealthy clients. Over the years, it has become a popular way for women to raise their profile while making some.
It's become a popular way for women to make money. I'm going to be honest with you, if you know any of these bitches that have gone on a boat, stay away from them. Okay, if you're a guy, stay away from them. If you're a woman, and you know any woman in your life that have interacted with these people, you need to get them the fuck away from these people. Because these bitches will convince your sister, your daughter, your wife, whoever is a woman in your life that you care about, they will try their best to convince them to come on the boat with them. And they will play it up. They'll be like, oh, it's this wonderful event and women get in for free and we're going to have a great time together. No. That's how you get raped and dumped in the ocean. That's how you wake up and there's just a dude laying a fucking log across your face. No. Stay away from these people.
Some money. However, under the surface, it has a dark history of coercion, sexual exploitation, and human trafficking. The term itself first started gaining traction when The Hollywood Reporter published an investigation into the culture at the Cannes Film Festival in 2013, claiming that models and some Hollywood actors swarmed the hotels and yacht parties during the festival. A man named Eli Nahas, who ran a modeling agency at the time and would later be convicted of supplying more than 50 women to rich Middle Eastern clients during the festival, said every year there
Gaddafi's pimp. The man who worked for Mama Gaddafi. Jesus Christ.
There are 30 to 40 luxury yachts in the bay at Cannes, and every boat belongs to a very rich person. Every boat has about 10 girls on it, and they are usually nude or half nude. These women are referred to as yacht girls, and they blur the lines between party goers and...
Why have we come up with every single term on planet Earth, except just calling them hookers? Why is it that they're yacht girls or escorts or fucking, I don't know, single in a situationship kind of? They're just prostitutes. Why do we do this thing? Why do we do this fucking language jiu-jitsu when we could just call them what they are? I don't, because Amaranth says it's empowering. Oh God. Fuck me. You know what? I've decided my daughter's not having social media. Like, if she wants social media, she has to leave. She has to have a job. She has to be out of the house. And guess what? I'm hoping that I can get my kid to live in the same house as me until she's like 35. I don't give a fuck. Buying a house is expensive. She's never gonna own one. Her generation's fucked. It's fine. She can live with me. That's okay. But she doesn't get to be a whore. It's that simple.
Escorts, as the general agreement between them and the host of the boat is that by coming aboard, they are expected to carry out favors. But at the end of the night,
they all look like Mewtwo with unnatural ass hips. You know what? Maybe Pokemon did some fucking damage to people. Because you just pointed something out to me. I've seen, like, Mewtwo is the new popular woman's body frame, isn't it? Like in the 80s, it was big tits, small hips. Then it was like the hourglass figure. And now we're going into such like wild fucking human proportions that people are putting themselves in danger. They are risking their life getting a fucking BBL. Damn. What happened?
they are all gifted envelopes full of varying amounts of money. The amount of cash they receive is based upon their celebrity status and what favors they carried out over the course of the evening. According to Nahas, you'd definitely recognize more than a few names from Hollywood. They tell themselves what they're doing at—
Okay, well, that's unsurprising. I mean, look, we all know that a lot of the times actresses and even actors have to fucking suck the director to get the role that they're playing, right? Like, this is like common practice, right? If you want to get a role in Hollywood, you just have to sell your soul. You're not selling it to the devil. You're selling it to the 45-year-old Harvey Weinstein with a crooked penis, who's like, I need you to suck on this so that I can see if you're going to be the next Black Widow in the Avengers films. Like, fuck, man, you've really got to trade in your dignity if you want to be one of these people. Holy shit.
Is okay. That they're just on dates with girls include Bella Hadid, Hailey Bieber, and Meghan Markle. But before we get deeper into that, let's ponder why an already wealthy and successful—
Alex, Guild Wars 2 is tomorrow when I can fix my OBS and I can make recordings so that I don't lose track of where I am.
Person would consider doing it. As previously stated, the men who own these boats are
Holy shit.
extremely wealthy, and unfortunately, with wealth comes power and connections, and having a decent relationship with some of these people could take your career to the next level. According to The Hollywood Reporter, yachting your way to stardom happens with disturbing frequency, and
Yep.
even pointed a finger—
You know what's really funny? I can see the pipeline in my head already. I can see how this works, right? So, like, here, let me draw it out for you. So up here is the beginning of the funnel, right? This is you're somewhere between the ages of probably 17. No, that's not right. Sorry, it's 2025. You're between the ages of 14 and 15, right? Hey, come to my yacht party. It'll be a fun time, right? You get like drugged up and raped and all this fucked up shit happens. But congratulations, you hit a threshold where now you're famous because some Hollywood director fucked you, all right? And from this point, at this threshold, you lose your soul and you start doing more and more fucked up shit. And eventually, you end up in the trash. Damn. You know, a lot of people like to say that thing, where they like to say, like, life is easy for women. Like life is easy mode for women. But I'm going to be honest with you. If you want to hit that difficulty slider and drag it down to easy mode, you got to trade in all of your dignity. Every single piece of your soul and dignity. Then it's easy mode. And you know what happens? They hit about the age of like 35 or so and they hit the wall. And then when it's all over and they're not getting invited to the yachts anymore, then they come out with these stories and they're like, this is my story of how I was raped on a yacht 10 years ago. And you're like, you're a multi-millionaire now. You've profited off of this. You agreed to all of this. You kept going back, but now that you're not doing it, now you're going to play the victim. And it kind of makes sense to do that because you've run out of attention. No one's paying attention to you because there's some new younger hotness that's on the yacht instead of you, right? And you've traded in everything else. So you might as well just keep going. It's that whole idea of like, if you keep burning enough bridges, the only direction to keep moving is forward. And if you're a woman and you don't want to do any of this shit, you're kind of fucked. Because people are going to treat you like you did. If you're attractive and you did work hard. Then you're fucked. Damn. Dude, same, I'm 36. My old man straight told me when I wanted to move out at 20. Why? So rent can double, you can struggle and come crawling back. Just save your money and keep the house when I'm dead. Yeah, no. Your dad's right. I'm sorry. This is, I'm going to say this. This is primarily a white people problem, right? I don't know where this came from, but white people have this obsession with kicking their kids out of the house the second they turn 18. And it's like the dumbest shit imaginable. Oh, that's the camera angle that doesn't work. That's the ball cam. That gives you a low-down shot of my nutsack. But because OBS updated, it's destroyed. So you just wasted a bunch of points. Congratulations, you got scammed today. Don't worry, it'll be working by tomorrow. I'll have it up and working by tomorrow. It's this camera angle. But unfortunately, that camera angle is broken. So is this one. But not this one. Not this one. Not this one. And not this one. I'm surprised any of these work, if I'm being honest with you.
At actress Irina Shayk, who landed her debut role
No idea
in the
who that
film
is.
Hercules, despite having zero previous acting.
There it is. Can you see it? Can you see it? I want to see. Can you spot it? Can you spot it? You know what's really funny? Is the one who told me about this. The one who told me about this was actually my wife. Can you spot it? Oh, why is this not working now? What the fuck? Why is my pencil not working? Oh, wait. There it is. Do you see it? Now, my wife had to point this out to me. She calls it the 1,000 cock stare. Well, you get to a point where enough dick runs through you and enough drugs are in your system that there's nothing in the world that, like, you could watch a child's head getting blown off in the middle of a war. And the only thing you're thinking about is, I hope I didn't break a nail in the explosion. It's horrifying. Apparently my wife and her friends used to like have this game where they'd like sit around and they'd try and spot if they could see a particular woman with the 1,000 cock stare. You guys think me or Greta has the same look? Oh God, I hope Greta doesn't have the same look. Isn't she like 16? I think she's just an arrogant little shit, that one. Yeah, I used to feel like some young generational shame about it, but I'm cool with it. Honestly, parents should take care of their kids as much as you can. I'm sorry, it's not the 1980s anymore. You can't work a job as a waiter and somehow afford a house and 3 kids. It's just, it doesn't work like that anymore. She's 19. She's 19? She looks 10. What the fuck? Jesus. God, I'm fucking old. Holy shit. I just felt my age hit me. Hold on, I gotta go check if I got dementia. She looks 10 going on 3. She looks like Lord Farquaad to me. She's vegan, it happened. Okay, that makes sense. Now I understand. That makes sense.
Credits. And in a stylist article on women yachting, an anonymous source said, "You might see people on the red carpet and have no idea who they are, but
Yes.
there's a reason why they're being elevated.
Yeah,
they're
'cause
being seen, but
they sucked and fucked their way to the top.
so is the person who invited them there." They also went on to say, "You often see someone with 1 million followers, always traveling and being pictured on a private jet.
Oh, yeah.
And you think, well, how are they doing that? Where are they going and who with?"
The men who are going to be involved in yachting, it's going to be...
I bet every single one of the dudes on these boats are like fat, fucking ugly as shit. Like gray pubic hair, disgusting, didn't shower motherfuckers. And they're just railing the hottest bitches you've ever seen in your life. God damn. Her mother was an alcoholic. Yeah, no, she does have fetal alcohol syndrome kind of look in her eyes. That makes sense, yeah.
be very high up, well-to-do, extremely wealthy men. Well-connected, anonymous, businessman type. You wouldn't recognize their name. You have no idea who they are. They probably own a bunch of companies, got a lot of money. You wouldn't recognize their name.
To give you an idea of just how wealthy these yacht owners are, some of the yachts spotted at the Cannes Festival in 2019 include the Serene, a $500 million super yacht owned by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman that features 2 helipads.
Really? Mohammed bin Salman? I mean, in his defense, he's just gonna shit in your mouth, so... I mean, that's probably, like, beginner level for based on what some of those other fucked up people will do to you. Damn. You start with Mohammed, and you end up with Harvey Weinstein. That's how it works.
Pads, an indoor climbing wall, a fully equipped spa, and 3 swimming pools. Also spotted at Cannes was the Eclipse, the second largest super yacht in the world, valued at an estimated $1.2.
Okay, that's just redundant. You're in the ocean and you put a swimming pool in your... Oh my god, that's a fuck me. How do these boats exist? How... God damn, I can't even imagine these levels of wealth. Holy shit. It seems like such a waste.
$1 billion. Once you take a look at some of these yachts and factor in what a relationship with their owners could potentially offer your career, as well as the often 5-figure plus gifts you receive at the end of the evening, it becomes more clear why someone would be open to play along, even if they don't exactly need the money. In 2021, Emily Ratajkowski released a memoir.
Good luck swimming in the ocean. I wish they would.
Titled My Body, where she details her indoctrination into...
What did I say? What did I say? She's been through the pipeline. She made her money. She did some fucked up shit, and now it's a this is my story. Do you see the eyes? Do you see the eyes? Here, let's go back. Note the eyes. Same thing.
Where she details her indoctrination into the cult of beauty as defined by powerful men. Part of this book delves into her experiences yachting, and this made people speculate whether or not Bella Hadid and Hailey Bieber also partake in the business.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it in the eyes.
As Emily has posted videos of them.
Damn, look, it's so fucking odd looking at these people. Look, it's been a while since I've interacted with anyone like this, right? But you could see the almost particular lack of expression in the eyes, like the light has left. God damn.
Dancing on a yacht together at none other than Cannes Film Festival, the same festival that has become synonymous with yachting. One of the excerpts from Emily's book names one of her yachting clients as Joe Law, a Malaysian businessman.
What did I fucking say? What did I fucking say? I bet this man doesn't wipe. I bet he uses their tongues. I bet this man hasn't had a shower in the last 7 years and he likes it that way. Oh man, what did I say? Holy shit.
Man who has since become a fugitive on the run after allegedly embezzling billions in the Malaysian state.
Nice!
With Emily publicizing her experience yachting with Joe Law.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Right there.
With Emily.
Look at the hand. Yeah.
Publicizing her experience yachting with Joe Law, people began drawing lines between him and other potential yacht girls. For example, in 2010, Joe Law was pictured partying with Paris Hilton in St. Tropez, and in 2019, the Sun.
Okay, first of all, it's pronounced Saint-Tropez. Second of all, so this guy was still entry level if he was using Paris Hilton.
Daily reported that Kylie Jenner would be celebrating her 22nd birthday on Joe Law's yacht. This corresponds with a 2015 blind item posted about Kris Jenner and Kylie Jenner.
I found this Kris Jenner, Kylie Jenner blind item from 2015 that is so creepy, but I've never believed something more. We had really hoped that the younger member of this family would avoid all the pitfalls to which the other.
You see, that one said, no, I'm not going to suck your dick, right? And she got thrown off the boat and left there.
Fell prey. No such luck. She's already in deep. The latest, she is actually being coached by her mother in both the art of pleasing a man as well as how to find one to pay her a lot to do it.
I mean, are you really surprised? Like, I've never understood women's obsession with the Kardashians. Like, if you wanted to see that much plastic, just go to a fucking Lego factory. Like, I don't understand. Like, I never understood this. I don't understand. Someone needs to explain it to me. Why are women so fucking obsessed with the Kardashians? Like, because it seems like they're famous for being famous. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. Is it weird to say these women are attractive, but they all look like dolls and thus I don't want to breed with them? I don't think, honestly, I think that's like uncanny valley shit, right? That's like, you know, the people who smile and it doesn't really reach their eyes. Like, there are certain dudes that like set off women's like creep detector where they're like, if I go home with this guy, he's gonna chop my body up and I'm gonna end up in a freezer. And that might be a weird sex kink I have, but I don't want this to be the guy that does that to me, right? I kind of feel it's the same thing.
We're not talking about a boyfriend or husband here. No, we're talking about yachting. We're talking about professional work. Her television fame and young age are already earning her a significant bonus over others who provide similar services. So that is Kris Jenner literally pimping out her own daughter, who was not 18, well below 18 at the time. Oh my god, and this is when they were filming Keeping Up with the Kardashians. On brand, at least.
According to Dave.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine how fucked up your life has to be that you're pumping out your underage daughter? Imagine having all the resources in the world to do whatever you want, and you just can't stop. What the fuck?
Daily Mail, Joe Law also sent Kim Kardashian home in a white Ferrari and $250,000 cash in a garbage bag after partying with him in Vegas for a
in a fucking garbage bag! Oh, fuck! That was... okay, that's definitely a sex... that's a power move. That's a sex kink thing right there. God damn. Jesus.
Weekend. People have accused Kim of being a yacht girl for over a decade due to her appearances on yachts and seemingly random solo trips to countries such as Bahrain and Kuwait to attend grand openings of the chain restaurant Millions of Milkshakes, a stunt that actually resulted in large protests, which reportedly were tear-gassed by police. It's a little loose, but some people claim these appearances were a cover for what she was actually being paid to do. While on the topic, Kendall Jenner was one of 13 celebrities to attend the grand opening of Hotel Atlantis the Royal.
Aren't they, like, this is setting off, like, bells in my head. Aren't these all the same people that have been, like, part of, like, a million Diddy parties? Like I'm seeing like a correlation here. These seem like the exact same people who are always part of the Diddy parties. This, God, I bet like, just like that cabinet in that room downstairs that I had, I had to watch a hazmat guy peel away from the wall just to see a hive of cockroaches behind it. I bet if you scratch beneath the surface of all these like ultra wealthy people and all the fucked up shit they've done, you would see like a horrifying amount of shit. Like society collapsing levels of nightmarish shit. I'm starting to think Jeffrey Epstein was probably just like the surface. That there was like a million things below that. God damn. The Kardashian thing is the same shit happening that Danielle Cohn. I don't know who Danielle Cohn is. Her mom's been prepping her and pumping out since she was like 13. She lets her bang full-ass adult dudes have Fansley and a bunch of shit. That's disgusting. That's disgusting, and I'd probably murder my wife if she tried to do that to my daughter. I love the shit out of my wife for who she is, but if she ever tried anything like that, I'm ready to go to prison. I'm ready to go to jail. That shit's fucked up.
Oil in Dubai back in January, where she would be caught on camera in someone's Instagram story. TikTok user and hobbyist lip reader, impossibly asleep, would share with us what Kendall was saying in the clip.
I'm doing some stalking and my lip reading is getting really good. Is this your first or second time? This is my third. My first 2 times were horrible. Horrible. This?
Okay, no, this is just hearsay bullshit. Oh, I'm a magic lip reader. I know exactly what they're saying. This is like people are like, I'm an empath. It's a superpower.
It's so fun.
People interpreted this clip as Kendall badmouthing her prior experiences in Dubai, with some speculating what she could have been doing there, especially after the Dubai porta potty story went viral. A story I won't go into, but will summarize as
Jesus
wealthy
Christ.
men flying out young women to
I'm gonna speed this
Dubai and
up.
paying them to eat human waste. There have also been rumors of Meghan Markle
Yeah, that's the common one.
being a yacht girl, circulating as far back as the early 2010s, with some people even speculating that this is how she met Prince Harry.
She was a deal or no deal suitcase holder, and then all of a sudden she ends up marrying into the royal family. How is that possible?
According to a blind item posted by 3 Days 3 Nights, if you see B actress post scantily clad photos of themselves on social media, this is often a comm that this person is available to rent for a weekend of yachting, typically worth $30,000 for the party. We're about to go off the deep end and enter conspiracy theory territory, but the part about posting scantily clad photos of themselves to advertise their availability is something many people online claim to be a real thing, with some
I recognize none of these people.
people even claiming that water company 138 Water could be a front for offering high-end escorting services to the wealthy. A 2017 Crazy Days and Nights blind item says, last year she was affiliated with a high-price escort service run by a sleazy paparazzi agent who uses bottled water ads as a catalog of available girls. The so-called Fashion Water is a front company who lists this always broke rapper as a spokesman for the co-owner. A real co-owner is this momager herself. Most if not all of the models posing in these water company ads are available for a price, including
What
the
the
sister
fuck?
of this ex-Disney actress turned escort. Taking a look at 138's Instagram page, all you see are posts of women in bikinis, with descriptions that seemingly advertise the women more than the products they're selling. Excerpts from one of their descriptions include, join us in celebrating the unstoppable energy and incredible vibe of the one and only Nina Svent, Miss European Universe. Nina is a force to be reckoned with. Brace yourselves for a visual feast that will leave you craving for more. Get ready to be inspired, motivated, and blown away. Brace yourself, because Nina is about to take you.
Let me translate this for you. Hello, my Arabian friend. My billionaire buddies out there. You too, for the low price of one used Lamborghini, can shit inside the mouth of some of the most beautiful girls on the planet. All it takes is one full rectum and a yacht. And I know you have both. We can do this. That's all I'm fucking imagining right now.
you on a journey to new heights. People have theorized that the broke rapper mentioned in the blind item is Tyga, and the mummager is none other than Kris Jenner.
If you are trying to have a fast track to success, if it's not happening for you, modeling, acting, entertainment industry, whatever that looks like, yachting will always promise you connections. It will promise that you will meet high-up people who are the decision makers for signing movie deals, signing modeling contracts. It might not always be true, but they're going to promise you that you're going to meet some big names.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to keep that open, but I'm not going to watch that on stream if that's a whole hour-ass long. Jesus Christ, holy fuck.
Famous blind item, hosted by
That's
Crazy
horrifying.
Days and Crazy Nights. A struggling actress, whom people have speculated to be Vanessa Lenges, details their experience yachting and highlights some of the darker elements, while also giving context as to why a seemingly successful person would consider yachting. The blind item says, I'm an actress, a generally out-of-work actress. If not for voiceover work, things would be bleak right now. I had high hopes for this past year, but the show I was starring on got cancelled. It happens a lot. I was on a hit network show for a few years, just a reoccurring role. It was on that show that I started talking to another actress. People have guessed this other actress to be either Naya Rivera or Heather Morris from Glee. She continues, while we waited
Who the fuck are any of these people?
for a scene to be set up, we would talk a lot. Hours of free time gives you a lot of time to discuss things. It was not that long ago that I was working every week in a pretty good show and making quite a lot of money. Then, the star of the show got tired of acting, and just like that, the show ended, and I was scrambling. I told her this story, and she said I should think about heading to Europe for the summer. She had done it before. The more she talked about it, the better it sounded. Each week, you never know if your job will be—
See, that's the trap. That's the trap right there. Is you've got you've got one. Does anyone understand the concept of a Judas goat? Right. So farmers do this all the time, or at least they used to, is they have something called a Judas goat, and they put them amongst a bunch of sheep, right? And when they want to, like, slaughter all the sheep, what they do is they have a Judas goat that leads all the sheep through the abattoir, and because one of them is going through it and chilling the fuck out, because the Judas goat knows that it's going to be fine, it, like, all the other sheep calmly follow it in, and then get fucking slaughtered, and they don't freak the fuck out. That's what's going on here.
lost. Will the show be cancelled? Will the audience hate your character and you get fired? Will you ever get another job if you do get fired? The actress I was talking to made it sound super easy, and that she only had sex a few times with the guys while yachting, and that it was mostly partying and being armed.
I only had sex a few times. That I remember because I was drugged up the whole time. Jesus.
I asked her what I needed to do, and she said that she would introduce me to the person who can make it happen. She made a call, and that night we went and had drinks with a woman who gets a fee for sending people to model. That's what she called it. She had some fake British accent, which sometimes turned into a fake French accent. You're there to look pretty. A yacht is elegant, and so are you. Owners of yachts like to have parties, and needed to fill those parties with models. Again and again, the word model. Anyway, I was already in. I knew what to expect, and I knew I needed the money. I was treating this like an acting job. I would play the model part to a T. People know my face, people know my work. My fee at the time was $25,000 per episode, and each episode took a week to film. So I wanted $25,000.
Oh, so she was cheap. She was easy meat then. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't ever want to hear anybody complain about incels or average men again because you have mothers out here pumping out their own fucking daughters to rich people. Yeah, you see, it's easy to make a generalization like that, right? Because you're always only going to hear about the fucking psychos and the normal-ass people living their normal-ass lives who don't do this fucked up shit, like, are not doing this to their kids, right? This shit is horrifying.
Front. 2 days after meeting the woman, the money was in my account. On my flight to Paris, I didn't notice any other women who looked like they were models. But when I got to Paris, that all changed. The models are all in the tiniest of bikinis. Most are topless.
Jesus.
There was a lot more groping and staring. You would be in the water, and some guy would grab you and touch you. They wanted to shower with you when you got out of the water. They wanted to rub oil on you and have you rub it on them. If they saw some poor model passed out, they would film her and grab her. For the most part, it was a 3-hour sexual assault recorded. I hated it. A couple who were favorites of the people running the tour would stay with those guys in the yacht.
I hated it, but the money was just too good.
The rest of us were 6 to a room in a hotel. By my last night there, half of the women were gone. Some had just quit.
What? Okay. Imagine you're like, okay, something's not adding up about her story. Have you noticed that? Right? Why did she stick it through all this fucking time? Other people left. Other people gave up and left, and she kept going. She was sitting there like, just one more dick. Just one more dick and I'm out. Just one more big score.
Some had ended up with a guy they liked, and at least one person from my week overdosed. In 2021,
Jesus.
Vice conducted an interview with a former super yacht deckhand who described their time on board as the coolest job in the world on the surface, while in reality, it meant cleaning up after sex parties, orgies, drug binges, and slaughtering animals on board so the food is as fresh as it can be. They also
Jesus.
detail a fatality that happened where an anchor chain came loose and cut a leg off of an officer, leading to him bleeding out and dying on the boat.
Nice. Yeah, this sounds like a world I never want to hear about again. Fuck these people. Jesus Christ. What absolute psychos. Okay, I've got 2 more lined up for today. Then I'm going to be playing some Hollow Knight for the very first time. I love Drew Gooden. Drew Gooden makes real bangers, right? He does a real good job. I think this guy has such peak content from like a content creation perspective. He's so goddamn good at it. So we're gonna leave this until last, right? We're gonna go through this one first. Wait, if this is just okay, this is Borderlands. Fuck it, we're choosing another one. I couldn't care about the performance of Borderlands. Yeah, it was gonna be shit. What did you expect? Of course, it was gonna be a waste of time. You know what? Since we're on the incel arc right now, right? Since we're taking a shit on women today, we might as well go down this path, right? We might as well take a look at this, the absolute degeneracy of modern writing. Obviously, I'm going to speed it up a little bit, but we might as well. Let's see how fucked up these bitches be. Then we can move on next week. Next time we'll do some incel stuff. We'll see what fucked up things dudes are doing. Oh wait, that's right. They're not getting laid at all, which might be the safer option. Damn. Let's find out. Now, okay. I'm willing to bet that this relates to something that my wife told me about. There is apparently a new super popular porn book that women are reading. And it's about a woman who fucks a cow. Or something like that, right? She goes to the barnyard and she bangs straps her ass to like a fucking tree or something and gets fucked by a cow or some shit like that. I don't know, I've just seen the cover and it's really, really fucked up. So I'm willing to bet that's exactly what she's going to talk about. Because my wife was laughing her ass off at this shit. Because she thought it was the funniest thing in the world. And I think one of the reasons she thought it was incredibly funny was because the worst human beings she knew in school, who were like the biggest pieces of shit, who were the most manipulative women she grew up around, were all the people who were obsessed with this book. And they are also all of the women who are dead alone, live alone in an apartment, have like 1 billion cats, and no one wants to go near them. And every single post that they make, if it's not talking up fucking how good these porn books are, it's them just taking a shit on dudes for not wanting to date them. And she thought it was hilarious because she was like, yeah, I knew this is exactly where you were going to end up. Isn't that just the story of the wife of King of Minos? Maybe, Jimmy. I don't know. I'm not going to read that book. I'm not going to read that book. I wouldn't know. I just saw there was a cow dude on the cover. And some bitch with him. So I'm willing to bet this is one of those things where it's like, if you're left alone for long enough, you turn into a filthy degenerate. Like, you need other people. You need some kind of significant relationship in your life, or you start to downward spiral into a horrible place. And I think it happens to both men and women. But it happens to them in different ways. So let's see where this goes.
Channel, it was largely because I had been noticing a broad decline in storytelling in general and literature in particular, a decline that began a lot longer ago than most people think. And my aim has always been to help, insofar as I am able, to remind writers of the true fundamentals of storytelling, and to hopefully elevate their craft into something that isn't beholden to current market trends nor controlled by the fleeting tastes of book talk or bookstagram or whatever. However, I've been noticing that there are a lot more aspects that have been contributing to the decline of...
I've got a question. Do people even read books anymore? The closest I've seen to the people my age and younger getting to reading books is them just getting obsessed with audiobooks. I can't think of the last time I heard someone say, I sat down for 3 hours and read a book. But I've heard multiple people be like, oh my god, this audiobook I'm listening to is so good. And I'm not counting a sploof, I'm not counting mangas in that. I'm talking like a book, where you know, it's got pages and words inside of it and shit. and you got to sit down and open it up and actually read the sentences. But I've heard like millions of people just, and I wonder if it's like, I do wonder if it's like a societal problem where we've been overtaxed with so many different tasks that we have to get completed in a day that it's easier to pop on some headphones and just like walk around while you're doing shit around the house, as opposed to like having the time to actually sit down and read something. I used to read a shit ton, but I haven't picked up a book in like 7 years or some shit. Yeah, it's real hard. The problem is, like, I used to read a lot, and I still read a lot. It's just the reading I do now is completely different. I'm reading like technical documents and shit, as opposed to like books, like fantasy books and stuff. And it's actually pretty shit. I'm gonna be honest, I miss reading fantasy books. Like, I can't think of the last time I got the time to sit down and read a fantasy book. But I've read millions of technical spec documents. It's brutal. Something has happened, I think, in the last 2 decades that has like removed everyone's free time, and you've almost always got to be doing something, and at the same time you're listening to something or you're scrolling TikTok, or so there's something else fucked up going on there. The fantasy section of bookstores is so fucking small and shit. Yes, Cyro. What was the last really, really big windfall fantasy book series that came out that everyone loved? It was probably Harry Potter, right? Like, there's nothing that really reached the same size as Harry Potter. And since then, like, there's not really anything else that's gone like to that point. Game of Thrones, the fact that you call it Game of Thrones instead of a song of Ice and Fire kind of proves my point. Aragon is far more niche, and think about how long ago Christopher Paolini wrote Aragon. You got Raymond E. Feist, you got David Gemmell, but all of those are like decade-old books. Think about the last 5 years. It's that consume everything grind mindset. When you actually stop doing it, it's like taking off a 50-kilo vest. You want to know something really insane, Aya? If you take your phone and you throw it into like a safe for like 3 hours a day, for some reason you start becoming more of a human being again. Try it. Try it for like a week. Where every day for 1 week, you just take your phone and you throw it into a box and you don't touch it for 3 hours in a day. You'll be shocked what a difference that makes to your mind. It's actually insane. It's really fucking crazy. I don't know why I can't read shit on screens. My uncle gave me his old Kindle, but it didn't work for me. Yeah, no, there's nothing like a book. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just go do some shrooms in the woods and you'll be more human again. Yeah, no, go into the woods and do a bunch of shrooms. You might die, or you might become a person. That's a risk. But think about it. Think what you're mentioning, right? Look at all the books you're mentioning. They're old as fuck fantasy books. In the last 5 years, what windfall kind of fantasy series has reached the same heights as something like Harry Potter, like Lord of the Rings, like the Dune series, like Aragon even, which is like much lesser than Harry Potter, but still decent enough. The Raymond E. Feist books, like nothing has reached that level in the last 5 years. That's actually brutal, the more I think about it. Look up Stormlight Archive. I think they started in 2010-ish. That's the most recent I know about. I haven't even heard of them. But that also might be my ignorance, if I'm being honest with you. The Dresden Files. I'm actually starting to wonder if there are books actually worth reading anymore. Like, if we've got the old classics and then that's about it. Anyway, let's continue.
literature besides just a lack of understanding regarding the fundamentals. Today, I would like to focus on one of the most glaring issues plaguing modern publishing.
Whores. Man, if you... I'm not kidding. Find one of these porn books, open up to a random page and start reading it aloud. And watch how a bunch of women around you will get embarrassed as fuck. Because the kind of shit you think you're into as a dude, that you'll look at visually, doesn't even come close to the kind of stuff that you'll find in these books. As a joke, my wife and I read a book called Kushiel's Dart, right? We read it because we thought it was funny. This was before my daughter was born. And we did it for fun. And we both started taking a shit all over this book because we're like, this is such a fucking author self-insert personal fantasy that this bitch has written about, that it's such a disaster. It's such a terrible book, and you can tell that it's like a teenager wrote this about their own personal fantasy, and it's like the main character's a whore who's been trained to be a whore, but there's a super awesome sword fighting guy who no one's better than that, and he really wants to fuck her and he loves her no matter what, but she's fucking everything else and he has to watch. It's like, I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Today, in the author's barely disguised fetish, like, it's really fucked up. It's real fucked up, these books. This I can relate to. Man, the world is so obsessed with sex. I sound like an incel now. When I was 20, I thought, fuck prudes. Me at 36, why is everything about ass and sex? Yeah, no, I think we're moving towards, if anyone's played Cyberpunk 2077, if you look at all the ads that you'll see around the city on all the different screens, I think that's what we're probably moving towards slowly.
Something you hear a lot is that women have come to dominate the literary world more and more. We'll look closer at those numbers later, but for now I think we can all agree that female writers have achieved fame and success comparable to a lot of their male predecessors and contemporaries. But the female writing, which is most often presented as proof of this, is things like this, despite the fact that there have always existed things like this.
Yeah.
I'm personally of the opinion that the literary world is so rife with corruption and ideologies.
Oh yeah, yeah, but by the way, Frankenstein's actually a bang of a read. You should actually read Frankenstein. That's such a fucking great book.
Any observation along these lines is meaningless. Generally, across the board, it isn't really men or women who dominate the literary world, it's ideologies and popular trends and social politics, whatever those might be at a given time. Historically, a lot, not all, but a lot of the most widely celebrated female writers, especially within the 20th and 21st centuries, have been at the bleeding edge of social and political progressivism. To my mind, this makes it less about being a woman and more about being an acolyte of a particular ideology. Like I said though, not always, just most of the time. Nevertheless, it is somewhat true that right now women somewhat dominate the publishing industry. First of all, some housekeeping. Apparently, I will be punished in some mysterious way if I use a certain word in my videos. This word has 4 letters, starts with a P, ends with an N, and there's also an O and an R in there too.
Yeah, you say porn and the AI picks it up and you're fucked. That's why if you go into restricted mode, you'll see that there are no live streams that you'll find on my channels. It just doesn't exist. Problem is the literary agents, editors, and publishers have all gone into the ideological stuff. Of course they have, right? The problem with ideology, right, is once an ideology gets a hold of a certain subsect of human life, everyone who doesn't share that ideology is immediately ejected from it, so you never hear anything outside of what matches that ideology. We've seen this in art, we've seen this in writing, we've seen this in movies, we've seen this in books, we've seen this in fucking video games. The problem is once an ideology gets a hold of people inside of an office, they will not hire or even consider someone who is exceptional but holds a different world ideology to what they have. And so they will hire a piece of shit to work for them who thinks the same as them and is a wonderful yes man instead of someone who might offend them but will do something brilliant. That's the problem. It's a huge fucking problem. Also, by the way, I don't know if she's going to mention this, but 50 Shades of Grey got so popular in the UK that the National Health thing, the National Health Service in the UK had to issue warnings to people about doing butt stuff because they were like the amount of women coming in with rectal damage into hospitals was actually placing such a heavy financial burden on their hospital system that they couldn't handle it. They had to like put out like a warning about this stuff. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It's the imagine a book does so much damage sexually to people that your government has to come out and be like, yo, can we chill with the butt stuff? Like, you're actually damaging society with your broken assholes. Please stop. Man, what a wild thing for a government to have to come out and say.
So for the course of this video, I'll have to refer to it differently. I'm going to use adult entertainment or adult videos or explicit videos. I don't know. None of these words quite have the same meaning, but you and I both know what we're talking about here, so let's just make do. All right, to start with, let's just push aside any conversation about taste. This is not going to be a video about what I like or don't like to read. What I am offering you in this video is not my opinion or my reading preference, it is facts. And the first thing we need to establish is that all this so-called romance fiction and most, if not all, of the current women's literature out there is not women's literature. It's As a woman, the most common defense I hear for romance fiction, especially the romance fiction that is so prevalent today, is that it is literature for women. Whenever anyone tries to express some concern about these genres or the nature of their content, that person is immediately condemned for being anti-woman or anti-women's literature.
Yeah, do you see that? Do you see the label there? That's exactly what happens if you have a differing opinion from something. Instead of arguing with you, they just slap a label on you. Oh, you just don't like this because you hate women. Oh, you're just anti-feminist. You're just this. They won't argue with you. They won't try and like have a conversation with you. Instead, it's just you get a label. And that I've noticed that's like such a huge fucking problem. Because it's so much easier to just slap an insulting label on something or slap a label on someone that you don't like instead of trying to have a conversation with them. Man, it's so damaging to everything to do that shit.
The idea being that these types of books are not just popular among women, but that they define womanhood, and to be opposed to them in any way is to be opposed to women. Women such as myself, who are critical of these books, are often said to be suffering from internalized misogyny. The reality about all this is that it isn't a question of woman versus anti-woman, or even woman versus man. The issue here is probably one of the oldest ones in existence. It's the normalization of explicit adult entertainment. Whether it's women or men who are trying to do that is pretty irrelevant, because the number one reason anyone has ever tried to normalize this kind of, explicit content is money. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. First of all, we need to establish this fact very, very clearly. Women's literature is not, just some randomly horny trend in the book industry. In that sense, outside of a handful of odd entries here and there, women's literature doesn't exist. Women haven't taken over the literary world. A four-letter word starting with P has taken over the literary world. Barnes & Noble and every other...
She's right about this. I was actually discussing this with my wife because she was thinking about writing a book, right? And when we started doing some research into this, what we noticed was that there's like 1 million female authors and all they write is porn. There are almost no women out there today writing fucking Gone with the Wind or writing a book like Jane Austen novels. There's no woman out there writing teen fantasy anymore like J.K. Rowling did. It's just porn. And I think part of the problem is, number one, the publishers know what's going to sell. And so if, like, you are an exceptionally creative woman who doesn't want to do porn shit, if you try and go and get that published, the publisher's going to look at you like you're a fucking alien from outer space. Right? They'll be like, no, what's wrong with you? Go write a porn book. This shit's not going to sell. Who do you think you are, J.K. Rowling? You think you're going to make the next Harry Potter? Fuck you. That's what we noticed. I actually called some publishers to double check this. And they did this thing, like, when we were talking to them online, like, I did this through my PC. When I was talking to them, what I noticed is they keep on trying to, like, they won't say it outright, but they keep trying to twist the conversation towards what they believe will work the best. So yeah, you either lean into it or prepare to be poverty-stricken, I suppose.
a major and independent bookseller, especially all those new romance bookshops.
That's honestly tragic. Maybe just let her write and publish it. Well, yeah, that's the conclusion we got to, Khaldun, is that you are actually, if you are trying to be like an independent author, or if you're trying to write something that's not a whole porn stuff that some woman is just finger blasting herself to, and the writing's not even good in those kind of things. If you're trying to like do that shit, you're probably actually better off writing a full book and then just publishing it online for people to read. Like, you're probably better off doing that.
Shops have now just become another kind of adult entertainment store, and no, that's not a good thing. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is not XXX adult entertainment. This is. You are actually incorrect. For a man, average man, I don't know, reading an explicit depiction of a sex act might not really get the job done. Men typically tend to gravitate towards seeing the act on the screen.
Also, by the way, here's a neat little thing I also learned out when I started looking into this industry, but this is old information. People probably know this. If you ever see a book that has the little stick on it that says New York bestseller, do you know why it's a New York bestseller? Because what the publisher does is they've got a shell company, right? And they will buy the book from themselves using a shell company. All those books then go into a warehouse, right? And that warehouse shreds all those copies of books. But then they can put that label on it saying, oh, obviously this is a bestseller book, that's why you should read it, right? But no one actually bought the book. Have you ever noticed that the brand new book that's just come out, that's like a week old, is somehow a New York bestseller? That it's had almost zero time to get there? It's because the game is rigged. That's how they do it. Neat little trick. If you wanna look like you're a big deal, it's pay to win. You scam your way to the top. You were talking about the scam games earlier. You didn't even think about games that require Steam to be running in admin mode just to play them. Ooh. Damn. Sheldy, you're right. I didn't think about that. Fuck. Oh man, there's probably so many malware games out there that we just don't know about yet.
In one form or another. Women have always, on average, preferred to read it, even if some do end up hooked on the filmed version. The female mind has pretty much the same reaction, generally speaking, to the written version. In fact, written erotic content tends to have even more of an impact on the minds of women than filmed erotic content. Why? Because men and women engage with media in fundamentally different ways. When it comes to adult entertainment, your simple, straightforward two people banging video isn't really going to do much of anything for a woman, generally speaking. There have been
XR, it's not just about what bestsellers are bought by bookstores, but also by the shell companies that shove them in a warehouse. Those also count.
Numerous studies done regarding female sexuality or the differences between male and female arousal, and generally across the board, they'll tell you that women require what is sometimes called mental mapping to be sexually aroused. That is, there needs to be more story and more opportunity for her to feel empathy. That's just how it is for a woman.
This is how it works, right? For anyone who hasn't been with a woman, this is how it works, right? If you're a man, this is you. You are a light switch. There is on and there is off. That's it. Woman, on the other hand, if you look at him, there's this button, and then there's this dial over here, and then there's this runic symbol that you've got to say the right magic at the right moment, and then there's a screen over here with a touchpad attached to it, and there's another button down here. You don't even know what the fuck this lever does. This thing is over here, and then you've got to speak the right words into the microphone over here at the right moments in time. And then there's this over here, and there's that, like, there's like 7 different fucking things you got to do all at the same time. It's like being a one-man band. It's fucking wild. And you know why it's so easy for these women to get turned on reading these books? Because they can set themselves up in their own head to get lost in the world, to imagine it the way they want it to be, right? And the thing is, if you're a dude and you're trying to do that thing that they want in reality, the thing in reality is not the way they imagine it in their head, and so it just automatically turns them off. You gotta learn to play the fucking piano. I'm not kidding. It takes a while. It takes skill. It takes time if you're gonna do it right. What are your tips of get good at writing? I'm going to start smut for these degenerate bitches so I can finally have some fucking income. Run kinky D&D games. I'm not even kidding, Jimmy. There's an entire community of people who add sex to their D&D games. There used to be a Discord that used to do D&D Warhammer games where you would play as something that was like Slaneshi, and like everything would have like its own hitbox, right? And not its own hitbox, its own health bar. Like everything from your fucking toes to your ball sack, everything at its own health bar that you had to manage while doing all this fucked up shit because you're a Slaneshi cultist or you're a warp demon or something like that, right? And I'm not kidding. If you can get, you don't even have to get good at that. You just need to get to 50%, 5 out of 10, and you've just written yourself a fucking bestseller. I'm not kidding. Go honestly, or go read one of those porn books. I swear to God, the writing's so dog shit, you'll want to throw up by about 10 pages. But you'll realize that you can write better than that off the top of your head. Woman or diesel engine's got to put a block warmer on them. Don't get me wrong, I like a block warmer sometimes. But I can't be a block warmer and track your lunar cycle, moon girl crystal. That's why God invented roofies. That's why roofalin works. That or physical violence.
Empathy is a huge factor for women in all aspects of their lives, but yes, especially when it comes to erotic media. With written explicit content as opposed to your typical material found on the hub, it's a lot easier for the woman to imagine herself as the female in the scene. In addition, as I said, women require an emotional element to their erotic content that is almost impossible in the simple filmed scenes that can so easily do it for men, typically. That is to say, watching Mrs. Smith bang the mailman while her husband is at work is plenty for most men, but a woman will want to know the whole story. She'll want the sexual tension that builds up between Mrs. Smith and the mailman over several encounters. The dangerous possibility.
Here's a neat little trick for you, Ryan. All the stuff that gets a woman going doesn't happen while you're having sex. It happens before sex occurs. It's the build-up. The act afterwards, that's like, you've already got to get going. It's all the shit that happens way before that. Experience. That or you got to go and, you gotta go get one of those rags with chloroform in it. That'll make your life a lot easier.
That her husband might come home any minute. The explicit fact that the mailman chose her over all of the other housewives on the street, and so on and so on. A woman would also prefer some kind of story to bind it all together. That's just how women are. If you put explicit sex scenes into a novel-length story, it's going to hit a woman's mind in much the same way the top video on the hub hits a guy. As I said, that's just how women are. A lot of men might hear this and be a little dubious, and in fact, I've found that a lot of men, while they might raise their...
Do you know how many women would label her as sexist and a misogynist for saying that, even though she's right, because men and women are fundamentally different? It's just how it is.
eyebrows a little at just how explicit women's books have become in recent years. They won't really go as far as to categorize them the same way as, you know, the kind of thing you'd find on the hub. Male writers certainly find such classification baffling, but let me break down how this works for women. If you look at your average popular romantasy book, those books that have dominated book sales for a few years now, and which are among the worst offenders when it comes to wildly explicit content, the explicit scenes coincide with the story to some degree. Now, the authors of these stories will tell you that these sex scenes are there for narrative purposes. They serve either plot development or character development.
They're fucking not. They're not there for narrative purposes. I swear to God, that shit is so contrived. You think anime has plot armor in it? You haven't read a porn book. I swear to God.
I think that's necessarily true, but let's go with it. Keep in mind what I said about how women engage with erotic content versus how men do. Let's take Sarah J. Maas, for example. I shouldn't have to tell you who she is and why she's relevant to this conversation, but if you don't know, let me just say that she's the woman responsible for the series of books commonly referred to as... Skilled writers such as Maas understand how the story shape of all aspects of storytelling affects reader engagement. We've talked about this before on this channel. Stories, and even their individual components, must have a story shape. That is, at least one character trying to achieve a goal with some kind of opposition to that goal, culminating in a mini-climax in which the character achieves.
So what she's talking about is, it's part of the hero's journey, what she's talking about, which is a cyclical storytelling thing.
Success or failure, or some unexpected thing happens. That's a story shape. Maas is actually pretty good at using this story shape to create fairly well-paced, if highly formulaic stories that really draw the reader in. I mean, anyone can write smut, but not everyone can sell millions of copies worldwide. Whether or not her stories are good stories, I don't... The point is, she understands how the thing...
That's a no. Her stories suck ass, but people are desperate for this stuff, so she's making bangers.
Works. But then she applies the same story shape to her sex scenes. Of course, I shouldn't have to tell you how sex scenes themselves have a story shape. She has stated in many interviews that she endeavors to make sure her sex is plot relevant. A big way she does that is to have the erotic scenes take place at the come down immediately after a major plot mini-climax. This incorporates the emotional release of the narrative with the sexual release of the erotic scene. She stated that she often tries to make the significant sex scenes, such as that 2 or 3 day sex marathon, occur at the close of equally significant plot arcs. This is ideal for the female brain, which already seeks a story shape even in sexually explicit content. But from a reader engagement...
It's like I said, it's all about the build-up. It's all, if you can get that, I'm not kidding when I say this. If you're a guy and you're trying to turn on a girl and you've been dating for a little while and it's smash time and it's gonna happen, it's all about the build up. You gotta build that shit up, and if one thing goes wrong, you hit the reset button, you gotta start again. It's just how it is. That's just, damn, you wonder why guys get pissed off? It's because you gotta put in all that effort and it doesn't go anywhere.
Engagement plus female adult entertainment perspective, this means that Mass has doubly hooked her female readers. The story and the extremely explicit content have become inextricably linked, and the explicit aspects have been delivered via the story in precisely the most ideal way necessary to capture the infatuation of the female reader. Another interesting thing to note, if you're not yet sold on the fact that all of this so-called women's lit is little more than, 4-letter word starts with P, have a look at how much women's fiction has become subject to categorization norms that you don't see.
Wait. Go back there. That was a lot of fucking labels. Hold on. Enemies to lovers. Fae, fantasy, magic, royal hero, take charge heroine, tortured hero, fated mates, alpha male, war, bad guy. I'm looking for the MBTI. Love triangle, friends to lovers, the one, fuck some dogs. High fantasy, new adult, age, age gap, ooh. I'm noticing a pattern here. Monsters. There's just one for monsters. That's just a perfectly normal woman in that story. That's the monster. Abduction. Jesus Christ. Okay, to be honest, when I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what the landscape looks like today. But I've seen some of the hentai porn tags from like 10 to 15 years ago. When I was single and I was fucking busting fat nuts to everything that was a curvy tree. And I've got to be honest, these don't seem that bad in comparison to some of the fucking labels you'll see on shit. Context warning, death. Yeah, death and grief. Abuse. Jesus, past sexual abuse. Oh, Christ. These don't seem that bad compared to some hentai tags that I've seen before. I'm going to be honest with you. Absolutely fucking hated 1984. People love to overhype its background, but the background doesn't matter. The entire book is about an affair and how the main character can't wait to fuck the girl.
Don't see outside like the hub or fan fiction, which has become just a form of democratic adult entertainment. Sure, yeah, okay, fan fiction that isn't smut does theoretically exist, I guess, but that's like saying there are non-explicit OnlyFans creators. Within those spheres, the common term used for this categorization is a narrative one or even a literary one. Trope. People talk about tropes all the time. Tropes are fine. There's nothing wrong with them.
I fucking hate that word. I hate the word trope. Because it's been so overused. It's been hijacked by a bunch of spiteful, ill-meaning people who use the word the same way they would use the label of racist or sexist or any other label. The word trope, if I hear someone say that word, like it's like power in my country. I just immediately shut down. Nothing they say matters anymore.
They're a common tool for literary analysis, a little reductive, a little ridiculously overutilized, but benign in themselves. But the important factor to note here is this. When it comes to women's arousal, they need far more specific things than men do. So a woman's sexual entertainment taste will always be 1,000 times more specific than a man's.
Yes.
So when a woman seeks out a new book, she'll look for specific cocktails of tropes for that thing she needs to feed her specific hungers.
I'm gonna tell you something based on what she just said. About women get into like some very hyper-specific stuff, right? Again, I went to an all-boys school. We had a sister school. There were a lot of guys in my school who had sisters. The stories I've heard convinced me that like 80% of the human population are not fully formed human beings. For example, there was a guy who had a sister in our sister school, and one day he came to school. Actually, no, that's not true. He didn't come to school. He came to school, he was horrified by something, and we couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. And one of the guys started, like, talking to his sister because he really wanted to date her. And they started, like, getting into, like, a real kind of fucked up kind of conversation. Like, very over-sexualized for, like, teenagers. But, you know, you're horny and you're going through hormones. That's what's going to happen. At least it's, like, you know, two 15-year-olds talking to each other. And she admitted to him that her brother had walked in on her finger blasting herself, and she got incredibly fucking mad about it. Not because he walked in on her, but because from that moment onwards, she needed to have the feeling that she would have a family member walk in on her at any specific point in time, or she couldn't get herself off anymore. So when she says women get into some real hyper specific shit, you have no idea. Therapy or psych, what? You have no idea. Bro, just play Hollow Knight. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there. This will be the last video, then I'm gonna play some Hollow Knight, Allah. I can't do more than this video anyway.
Or
we'll do other videos tomorrow.
A quick perusal of the book recommendation section of the romance book subreddit will destroy any remaining illusions you might have had that these books are about anything other than sexual arousal. Just take a moment and look at something.
Hear me out. I bet that shit was Griffin. You know what? She did start dating one of the guys at our school. And he said that they fucked in the strangest places. That they banged in the oddest of places. And it was like always like around her house with like her dad in the other room. Hold on, I'm considering whether I should say this or not. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I don't know these people anymore. He told us that whenever there was like a family member of hers that was in another room, he said her pussy clamped down on him like it was a fucking hydraulic press. So he loved it. He thought it was great. Suddenly my autism about Linux and shit is looking pretty good, ain't it? Yeah, it might fucking be.
Can you honestly say that this attitude towards women's fiction has to do with anything other than sex? I spent a little time while I was researching this subject talking to women and reading the accounts of women who were struggling with the addiction to hardcore content. A solid 90 to 95% of them started with erotic fiction, or smut, as they often called it, and fan fiction. A few stated that they didn't really ever get into videos, often because videos couldn't feed their precise needs. Several mentioned that they had quit the video content only to fall back on erotic fiction, and had happily arrived at the realization that there was functionally no difference between the two. I read an account from one woman who noted that she preferred written smut because within books and fan fiction she was able to find things that would have been illegal in video form. So that's nice. I learned, too, that there was a worryingly large subset of these women, some as young as 17, whose taste became so depraved so quickly that they were now suffering
You
from...
see what I mean? This is the graveyard spiral. This is the mental graveyard spiral, where it's like... I'm sorry, Warhammer describes this perfectly, right? Where it's like the thing you did before doesn't satisfy you to the same degree as when you did it the very first time. So you go down the downward spiral and you just start becoming more degenerate over time. This happens to guys as well, right? What this happens, like one day you're jerking off, Next day, you're warming up a fucking melon in the microwave. This is the downward spiral, and you got to be real careful with this shit, because if it gets hyper specific, you're in trouble. Because when some doors open, they don't quite close right ever again in your life. A lot of shit's clicking into place for me right now. When I was 20, I dated a Catholic girl. Okay, so anal. It's only now I realize every time we pounded one out, her dad was at home sleeping in the recliner after his third shift. Yeah, there you. I mean, look, I can tell you so many fucking stories, like fucked up stories of both guys and girls. Like, you have no idea. Like, there was a girl who, her hyper specific kink. That actually, I feel really bad for the guy. I'm gonna say his name. Fuck it, he doesn't know. It's not like he's ever gonna find it. I was friends with a guy called Daniel, and he was dating a girl, and it turned out that he discovered a year into their relationship that her specific kink was sucking the dick of one of the black dudes in school, and then immediately going and French kissing the shit out of him for like a solid 30 minutes. That was like her thing. And she did that to him for a year. He only found out afterwards. So yeah, there's a downward spiral of degeneracy. Insane, but I can't say I'm surprised. Did he know? No, he found out. He found out later. And do you know why he found out? Because when the black guy found out what she was doing, he felt so fucking bad. He just immediately confessed to the guy. I hope someone beat her ass. No one beat her ass. That black guy didn't know that she was in a relationship, right? He thought, this is the worst part about this, right? That black guy thought that she was just kinky, and he genuinely believed that he was in a relationship with her. He thought she was his girlfriend, and she just didn't have a lot of time in the day. And when he discovered this, he felt so absolutely destroyed and so fucking guilty that he admitted this to Daniel. And it destroyed them both.
Something called POCD. I'll let you look
Man,
that
I've
up
got
yourself.
too many fucked up stories about stuff like this.
Several women and teenagers remarked that they wished they had never started reading erotic fiction when they were younger, as they believed it had destroyed their lives. The thing is, just as with people's taste in hardcore video subgenres, these tastes, these hungers...
I hope they're friends. Well, I suppose they've... I mean... He's tasted his friend on a level that no other man has. So maybe they are. Maybe they could never look each other in the eyes again, though. I don't know. I never followed up on that. I sometimes wonder if he asked him, like, do you drink a lot of pineapple juice? Like, afterwards. But I don't think he's ever said anything like that. I think they were both too fucking emotionally devastated. Like, to be honest, I was actually real sad for both of them, because they were both pretty decent high achievers in school. And you got to watch their marks drop from like 80% all the way down to 50%. It fucked them both up pretty bad.
Will intensify over time. The same mechanic is at play as you see in men who have to constantly seek harder and harder filmed content in order to even be aroused. For that reason, more and more women's fiction has been including very, very dark material, be it age gaps, torture, abuse, even rape. Women don't start out wanting fantasy fiction. That's something that happens over time as they become desensitized to more mainstream content. I don't know how many videos and reviews.
If you want to see the male version of this, I'm not kidding, go watch Mushoku Tensei. Go watch that isekai, and the very beginning scene where that dude's like jerking off to fucked up shit on his PC because he's like locked himself inside and given up on life. It's the same thing.
I've seen by very young teenage girls who say the explicit sex in Sarah J. Maas's books is very mediocre and vanilla. That would be because they're already desensitized and crave harder content. Honestly though, by now I should have convinced you that these books are merely mass-produced hardcore adult entertainment and that their readership consumes them in much the same way one would consume any other form of, you know, four-letter word starts with P, and that the result of that consumption, especially on a large enough scale and on a long enough timeline, is pretty much the same as any other form of hardcore entertainment addiction. So let's move on. Now, let's assume that you can get someone to concede that, yes, this is all, you know, a written form of the same kind of crap you'd find on the hub. At that point, what happens is someone will insist that this is somehow the ethical type of adult entertainment. We'll get to that. Or they'll start trying to argue that this kind of written explicit content has positive effects.
Yeah,
I've
no,
heard
it
all
doesn't.
these arguments. I've heard people say that the heavy amount of sex in these books creates some kind of sex-positive environment for female empowerment. I've heard people say that books...
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like cope for people who get fucked up and downward spiral into degeneracy. No, it's actually good that I now need the Monster Goblin Ultra Vibrator fucking blast cum fucking pickle to get off. It's really, really good. It's really good. Damn, it's so good for empowerment. No man will ever satisfy me again. Every dude's like going to a doctor being like, how do I get a vibrate function installed? Like, if I drink enough coffee and I start shaking, will it transfer to my dick? They start asking questions like that.
Books like these increase readers' empathy. I've also, as I've said, been told that objecting to literature like this is inherently anti-women. First of all, let's talk about empathy and the chemical reaction romance novels have on the female brain. There are so few studies that have been done on adult film's impact on women, and almost zero studies that have been done on erotic literature's impact on women. This is one of the most criminally understudied areas in human existence. Something I hear all the time is that romance novels increase the reader's empathy. I doubt it's that simple, but let's say it is. Women are empathetic by default. That is not something that romance literature gives women. It heightens it, certainly, but as in all emotions, a heightened state of anything is usually very bad. Heightened empathy reduces a person's logical response and cognitive reasoning. It makes it difficult to regulate the emotional response with reason. Heightened states of empathy have been found to contribute to pain, depression, anxiety, emotional over-involvement.
It also, here's the problem, is if you have too high of a degree of empathy, you start letting people get away with shit because you start trying to think of things from their perspective, right? A good example is the ex, I'll tell you about my ex because I don't give a fuck about her. When I was dating her, she started saying fucked up shit to me. This was like towards the end of the relationship where I just couldn't fucking take it anymore. She would start saying things like, pedophilia is not a mental disease. It's a type of sexuality. She would start saying like shit like, no, the rapist is also a victim. And if someone rapes you, you should forgive them. That sentence just pissed me the fuck off. Yep. She started saying shit like that to me. And I was so glad when that relationship was over. Holy fuck. Oh man. You know you're in a fucked up relationship when you break up and the thing you feel is just instant relief. That's not a good place to be.
Burnout, vicarious trauma, and post-traumatic stress disorder. I mean, right out of the gate, the fact that romance books heighten empathy in readers is proof that despite the intentions of the writers, these books arouse readers, whether they want to be aroused or not, which is an unsettling thought all by itself. So, imagine you're a young woman and you're reading a steamy romance in which the main female character is being mistreated in some way by the male character, and this female character feels arousal at this mistreatment. Written well, this arousal on the part of the female character will trigger empathetic arousal in the female reader. A young, inexperienced woman will then be troubled trying to understand why she's feeling aroused by what is borderline...
I just want to make something clear, right? So, I've never hit a woman, I would never hit a woman, but I hope she eats a steering wheel. So, like, I do want to make something clear, right? It's really, really easy to hear all these stories and hear all these fucked up things about women and then start hating women overall. But I promise you there are very good women out there who are not these fucked up animals, right? They do exist. I promise you they exist. The problem is, you will never hear about them. Because they are not the ones going out there and saying all this wild shit. So it's really, really, really fucking easy to categorize every single woman. Well, you're in the US, Jimmy, so you're fucked. But I mean, it's really, really easy to like categorize every woman as like a fucking fucked up degenerate, right? But it really doesn't work like that. If you are meeting girls at a club, That's not a good idea. If you are meeting girls in university, that's generally not a good idea. They whore themselves out all the time, right? It's really important to like keep in mind it's not really a good idea to try and treat people as a monolith, right? It's like it would be like, imagine you knew a black guy, right? And you just immediately started assuming that this guy was a fucking criminal because of FBI statistics. It's like the dumbest shit you can do, right? When you're talking about a certain group of people, you got to be really careful to not want to apply it to everyone. Like, you shouldn't do that because your brain's looking for a shortcut to a solution, because our brains are lazy. They like looking for shortcuts to solutions. And so you'll start labeling people who aren't like that in the same category. And then all of a sudden you're like, I don't understand why all women hate me. You got to be really careful with that.
Abusive behavior. However, the story will continue in this vein until the man and woman are living happily ever after. The moment of joy at the end is the emotional climax that is essential for a woman to fully enjoy an erotic romance. And no, I'm not saying women are super weak or something like that, but I think we can all agree that strong emotions are exhausting.
Putting in work to not breed an incel. No, it's too late for that, Sploof. I'm just saying from a logical perspective. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm saying for your benefit, not for someone else's benefit. For your benefit, it's not healthy to think that way. Right? Because you will fuck yourself up. You will lose opportunities in life thinking like that. And I know this because I'm watching one of my buddies go through this right now. I'm watching one of my 33-year-old buddies who cannot maintain a fucking relationship to save his life go through this. He's a good-looking guy. He's muscular. He has a six-pack. He's got a job. He's got a car. He's got an apartment. And he keeps downward spiraling into accusing the woman he dates of all this crazy shit. And then he sits there going, I don't understand why I can't find a stable girlfriend. And I've had this fucking conversation with him like 7 different times. I'm like, stop being fucking crazy. It's not good. It's not good for you. Fuck everyone else. It's not good for you to think like that.
No matter who you are, and women are more prone to feel emotions strongly. An empathetic response to a romance book will result in an emotional roller coaster designed specifically to ensnare the tastes of women in such a way that their emotional involvement in a story will tend to be more intensive than a man's on average. Add to that the sexual infatuation triggered by the addictive erotic release of the extremely explicit scenes, which also takes a toll on the mind whether you enjoy these scenes or not, especially if you do. I don't really understand why more people aren't aware of how intensely bad these books are for women's minds.
They're terrible.
I don't really read romance, smutty or otherwise, but I did read quite a few of these.
Does he have a nose ring? No. You mentioned not trying to meet women at uni. Where did you meet your wife? As a terminally online remote worker, I'm suffering from not being able to meet new people. So I'm not the best person to give you like where you should. I can tell you where you shouldn't, because I met my wife through Tinder, of all places. My wife had to be manipulated into going on Tinder by her friends around her. She had the most low effort Tinder I'd ever seen in my fucking life. She had no makeup on. She had one picture. She didn't give a fuck. She didn't write a description, right? And I was convinced by my university buddies after my breakup that I just needed to get out there and just fuck, which was terrible advice. But I found her and we started talking, and both of us realized we were in the wrong place being on Tinder. We spent 5 hours having a conversation about what a fucking cesspool that place is. It's a disaster. It's an actual disaster, right? So I'm lucky. I just got lucky. I hit the fucking jackpot on that one. Like, if I was a D&D character, after that moment, I got a debuff that dropped my luck to 0 after that. Hookup spots are gyms now. Gyms, certain there are very specific types of restaurants where women who are lonely and single will go hang out during the day, and you can have sex with them, but don't try start a relationship. It's a terrible place to do that. You probably shouldn't be going and having random sex with women anyway. It's not healthy for your mentality, right? Like, I know this is very preachy and shit, and I don't really align with this a lot, but this did stick with me when I was younger, is that a priest once told me that after he'd pulled up his pants, obviously, he told me that having, like, this sounds like really fucked up and it sounds like bullshit, but there's some kernel of truth to this, is the more people you have sex with, the more pieces of your soul you leave behind with someone else. Right? And maybe that's not the best way to put it. Maybe a better way that's more logical to look at is what you're doing is you're conditioning your mind to not be able to connect emotionally with another human being. This one's for Khaldun. Go to places where you do your own hobbies. Girls I'm dating, I met at places I went for my saltwater reef tank supplies. I was buying corals. Yeah, that's a good idea. Find something you're interested in that you have, like, that's not like a fucked up, like, freaky, weird thing. Oh, wow, Voldemort did it the hard way. Yeah, no, he would have been way better off if he just fucked Harry. Can you imagine? Harry wouldn't have been a threat to him. He would have been too busy crying in the shower. But no, you're right. You go to places where you're doing your own hobbies and stuff, and every now and then a girl will pop up that you've actually got, like, a decent kind of connection with, that you can try and find someone. Like, if you're heavily into gym culture, obviously there's gym whores out there, but there will be some certain subsect of girls out there who are there for the same reasons you are, that have the same passion and the same kind of things you do. That's what you got to do. That's like the best you can do. And hey, it's a win-win. Look, if you don't find anyone, guess what? You still got to enjoy doing your hobby.
These books when I was trying to understand the genre better. And something that really surprised me was how huge of an emotional impact they had on me. Despite the fact that I didn't care about these characters, and despite the fact that they were all mostly happy endings and everything else, I was legitimately depressed during the few weeks when I was reading these books. I was having trouble focusing on my work, I was having trouble sleeping, I was even having trouble eating, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong until it dawned on me that my mind was basically being ripped around a female-specific roller coaster that was designed to trigger the most extreme emotional and chemical reaction in my mind, short of actually doing drugs. Interestingly, the reaction I experienced was the same reaction men talk about when they watch film with explicit content. The depression, the difficulty focusing, the lethargy. Women who are addicted to this sexually explicit fiction don't even realize that they're literally addicted.
That's another thing. If you're busting your nut to like 7 different fucking Google Chrome tabs every single day of your life, you're probably desensitizing yourself pretty heavily, right? That girl with the wonky tooth who you may have thought was cute before, you're looking at her and be like, she's not the insatiable whore I'm looking for, right? Yeah, you fuck up your mentality doing that shit.
To, adult entertainment. Without exception, men who are addicted to watching explicit content are viewed as bad. I shouldn't have to tell anyone watching this video how bad that is for the mind. It just happens that all the language surrounding this accepted fact says men's minds, how bad it is for men, how much damage it does.
This is also the big problem, is everyone keeps on blaming men, but this is a general people problem.
Men. There have been countless studies done on the negative impact watching this stuff has on men's physical health and mental health, on their relationships, friendships, professional lives, and on their character. But basically 0 such studies have been done on women. Part of this is because most researchers won't acknowledge that women's addiction to erotic fiction is in any way comparable to a man's addiction to filmed erotic media. Part of it is because there's so much feminist armor packed around women's erotica that even if a woman were to watch the hub 10 hours a day, she would still somehow be protected by the fact that she's, like, empowering herself or, I don't know, exploring her sexuality. For social political reasons, most people won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. When it comes to men, this kind of content is known to have an enormous negative impact on their daily lives. Therefore, there are countless resources out there to help men kick that habit and restore sanity.
You know what the thing is? I think people confuse this with jerking off, right? Sometimes jerking off is healthy, right? Sometimes you need to bust the nuts so you don't act like a fucking crazy person. But if you're watching like porn continuously, there's like it's the same. Think about it this way, right? Have any of you spent a week just scrolling through something like TikTok or YouTube Shorts or something, like brain rot content, and afterwards you realized how fucked your attention span was? Why would it be any different with your ability to connect with another human being if you're doing the same with porn? Right? It does something to your mind. It's like played League of Legends 10 hours a day, and you don't turn into Tyler 1. You just become a worse human being.
To their lives. There's also a lot of shame among men. Men will mock other men for their addiction to this stuff. But for women, nothing. There are no resources to help women kick their addiction to erotic literature, at least none that I could find. And any woman who feels shame when reading...
No, because it's considered empowering. That's the problem.
This stuff is said to be suffering from internalized...
Just remember, if you have a fleshlight under your bed as a dude, you're a problem. But if a woman's got like the ultra dildo chainsaw 3000 with AI voice attached to it that sounds like fucking Christian Bale, that's considered empowering. It's not good for men, it's not good for women. This shit's like really, really fucking bad on both ends.
Misogyny and is advised to focus on overcoming the stigma by, reading more of these books. Other women will help her in this endeavor. To this end, there are romance book clubs with completely expected names in which the pursuit of women's fiction can be enjoyed without shame. I read one account from a young woman who said that when she realized she was addicted, she sought help from a therapist who treated the matter as if it was nothing serious at all. No different from, like, a chocolate addiction. Addiction to, pardon me.
Oh man. I'm starting to think that therapy is like the worst place for a woman to go to, because they just get validated in all the fucked up shit they do instead of getting a solution to their problems. I've seen this before. Like, there's a woman I know, she's happily married now, she has kids, she's doing great. She used to, and you know what happened? Her life got like 20% better when she stopped seeing a therapist, because she used to be addicted to painkillers. And when she went to a therapist looking for help to get off painkillers, do you know what the therapist told her? It's okay. Everyone needs to take a little something to get through the day. Tell me if that sounds like something a therapist should be saying to someone. I'm starting to believe that like therapy is like the worst thing for anyone to go and experience. Like it's an entire scam. It's like fucking, I don't know, it's like Scientology or some shit. It's just bullshit that validates a bunch of crazy shit that you do instead of making you better. It begs the question if I'd probably find value in having below average tool in the world where I'm supposed to be above average because I'm darker. Yeah, you see, you got to avoid that entirely, right? If I'm saying this now, if some girl is dating you because you're a certain skin shade and she's like talking about your dick constantly, she's not in it for you. She's in it for the kink, right? And sure, you can go get your rocks off and shit, but you're not going to form a proper emotional connection with that person. We're getting too deep into this. I need to make more jokes.
Appreciation of erotic literature is presented to women as female empowerment, and whatever various other hot words are part of the current feminist lexicon. If a woman were to express discomfort with the proliferation and increasing intensity of sexually explicit material in women's fiction, she is painted as an enemy, a prude, or, my personal favorite, a slave to the patriarchy. They'll say it allows women to explore their sexuality in a safe space. I'm pretty sure you could also say that men on the hub are exploring their sexuality in a safe space. I don't know. To which women will often argue, well, that kind of content, the stuff on the hub, is unethical. But that erotic literature, if they even concede that it's the same kind of content, is somehow ethical. Meaning that, I'm assuming, no actors or actresses were harmed in its making. Be that as it may, the making of the explicit content is a separate issue from its consumption. I'm sure you could find an ethical and environmentally friendly way to make heroin, wouldn't make it a good thing for me to consume it. A lot of people these days talk about how social bias prevented women from enjoying romance literature. Well, now the social moral landscape has shifted again. If you're a woman and you're not a proud champion of smut, then you're the enemy of women. In general, though, I think the so-called social bias...
Have you ever noticed this? Have you noticed how much women are propagandized to? Like that they're not supposed to feel shame, that they're not supposed to develop as people. Like, man, women have really been fucking attacked over this shit. Like, I see it as like a mental attack on a woman to do this kind of shit. Because it starts to convince them that what they're doing is acceptable, as opposed to like being something better. Like, it's been fucking wild. Ever since my wife had like when she got pregnant, it's been wild to see how some of her friends like have immediately turned on her because somehow she's like a slave to the patriarchy or some shit because she wants to have a child, because she wants to be a mom, right? And it's like, I'm sorry, but if you're a woman, you've got a biological imperative that you want to be a mom. That's like built into fucking human infrastructure in your brain, right? The same way, like, men have this biological drive to want to be a father, right? And we started convincing women that these things are bad and terrible. And it doesn't mean you can't go do a bunch of other shit. But it's, man, it fucks both sides up really hard on this. You reminded me of something. I got so much shit from some trashy bitch in high school just because I was the wrong shade of brown, apparently, but she was screwing a black guy who was much darker than I ever was. To this day, it still boggles my mind. Wrong shade of brown, burn him. Like, what the fuck? People get really up on their high horse about stuff like that. I don't know. That sounds like a particular problem she has. I support sex work. You want to have an OnlyFans? Fine, cool. Make that bag, but make it a job, not your personality. Have personal growth. My problem with sex work is it still destroys your mind. You trade in your human dignity for a paycheck. And down the line, you're going to have a kid or something. That kid's going to go to school one day, and one day someone's going to be pulling up their mom, fucking taking 7 different dicks from 6 different dudes. The last one identified as a woman.
Surrounding romance novels isn't much different from the bias surrounding all commercial fiction. I also don't think that's done that much to stop women from mass-consuming romance novels. Champions of romance novels represent the acceptance of smut as crucial to female empowerment and independence. This is categorically false, and in fact, I think I've shown how the opposite is true. But women will nevertheless be banished from female society by other women if they dare to disagree. Men typically who watch hardcore stuff or who are addicted to it are ashamed of it. Women who are addicted to reading, as they call it, smut, are supposed to be proud of it. None of these women will allow any talk of shame. But here's the thing. Shame is not a bad thing. Shame is how our brains tell us we're doing something that will harm us. If we feel shame eating that 4th slice of triple chocolate cake in one sitting, that's our brain telling us that this is bad for our health. If we feel shame because we haven't exercised in over 6 months, that's our brain telling us that we need physical exercise of some kind.
Yes.
If we feel shame when we take in hardcore explicit material, that's our brain telling us that this is going to harm us in some way and we need to stop. This is our brain trying to save us. Eventually, anyone can be desensitized to shame, but the effort to desensitize women to shame has been a lot more intensive than it has been for men, because historically, women have led the charge against indecent or sexually explicit material. So shame in women cuts into hardcore film producers and women's lit publishers' bottom line. Removing shame from women's minds doesn't just prevent them from bullying hardcore erotica production out of the mainstream, it mobilizes 50% of the spending force of the book market to obsessively consume something that is dangerously addictive. This is a huge reason why it's becoming increasingly common for harder and harder content in books to be made available to a younger and younger audience, especially a young female audience. You see incredibly steamy makeout scenes in books marketed to 12-year-old girls. Caraval, for example, has 2 prolonged passages that read like weird hand fetish scenes. This isn't some kind of accidental slip of the pen. This is intentional. Famously, Sarah J. Maas only allowed her book to be marketed to a YA audience if they didn't cut out any of the explicit material. Slap a feminist female empowerment sticker on the thing and you've got social moral armor no one is willing to touch, not even other women. Something I hear a lot is that this is all the result of women taking over literature. I definitely see the point, but I was curious if that was true, so I, took to the internet. The percentage of female authors as of 2019, which was the most recent number I could find, any further statistics were likely behind this mother of all.
$200 a month? What the fuck is this? Jesus, these people are making fucking bank!
Pay dates was 50.5%, which was also fairly steady from 2010 to 2019. The percentage of female editors as of 2021 was 67%. Funnily enough, that's not that big of an increase from 2010 when the number was 64%. The percentage of female literary agents as of 2021 was 58%, which is actually a decline from 2010 when the number was 64%. So that's people. Now, what about the books that are actually being read? Let's look at the New York Times bestseller list for the last 4.5 years. In 2020, out of 34 bestselling authors, 16 were women.
Yeah, this is the problem with the New York Times bestseller list is that it's a fucking bunk list. Like I said, the problem is the issue with the way things become a New York Times bestseller. It's a real issue. So I've been hearing this woman talking for the past hour. Here's a question. What the fuck is making her engage the power clamp? Yeah, you're going to have to elaborate on that point for me to understand what you mean there. Time to make synthetic data using ChatGPT and sell this data for $200 a month. Hey, whatever works.
In 2021, 21 out of 37 were women. In 2022, 12 out of 22 were women. In 2023, 11 out of 24.
But I remember when Twilight came out, I was in middle school. All the girls in my school were obsessed and even pushed for a themed school dance around it. You know what's really funny, Rosario? Is I remember we were forced to read the Twilight books in school because our sister school had chosen that was going to be like the theme for like 3 months of the year. And it was really, really funny when we all had to do a speech about it. And one of the guys got up and he was brave enough to say, like, a woman is choosing between trying to fuck a fairy who's misidentified himself as a vampire and a dog. And the funny part is, at the end of the book series, the dog looks at her child and goes, I'm gonna fuck that baby. Oh man. And you know, you could tell who the normal girls were, because when he made that joke, the normal girls, because we had like group sessions where it's like the guys' school and the girls' school got together, and the normal girls thought it was incredibly funny, and the ones that were absolute psychos got so upset by that. Wildly upset. They were so pissed off.
In 2024, 17 out of 32, and so far in 2025, it's been about 8 out of 13. The point of all these numbers is to say that statistically women don't dominate the literary world. That said, in many ways, the numbers here don't quite represent the reality. No matter what the numbers say for bestsellers, if you actually look at the list, you can see that romance, especially smutty romance and romantasy, dominate huge blocks of the calendar.
Yep.
And a lot of these female writers have female agents. And obviously, readers of these books will be predominantly female. So women might not quite statistically dominate the literary world, but the literary world, nevertheless, seems to have taken a very particular female leaning. I take issue with my own phrasing here a little. I would say that there are definitely other types of female writers working today, but the idea that this is somehow an example of typically female writing or a typically female writer is something I find incredibly frustrating.
You know what, actually, I've thought about this, right? You know what women are really good at when they start writing? Women are really good at writing young male characters. Right, not from like a sex perspective or anything, but when like a woman sits down and wants to write like a fantasy book or novel or anime or manga or something, and the main character is a young boy, she does a really fucking good job with it. Right, and the two I'm thinking off the top of my head are Full Metal Alchemist, which I've now watched, which is fucking incredible, goddamn, and Harry Potter. I don't know why, but they're so good at that shit. They're so goddamn good at that shit. A lot of female author horny books always have a ton of excuses, like the Twilight, the werewolf said, in order to save Bella, we had to imprint with her growing feet. Yeah, no, it's fucking wacky. It's fucking wacky. Ranma as well. I've heard a lot of good things about Ranma. So what I've learned tonight is that I need to write shake boat shitting smut under a female pseudonym. Absolutely. You need to write an Arab prince who's taking dumps in some young, broke millennial's mouth who can't afford an apartment, whose lights just turned off, who's being whisked off on a whirlwind adventure where she finds out that the Arab sheikh who's shitting diarrhea down her throat every single day of the week is actually a magical cowman that's also a dolphin. And also, his eyes are two different colors. And no one understands her.
And just a little bit insulting. But here's the thing. This fact, the fact that women dominate the literary industry, is not what created this problem. This problem has existed for a long time. What problem am I talking about? Call it what you want. But let's just say it's the widespread and constantly increasing reliance on explicitly sexual content to sell books, at least in part. You know, this novel is seductive and compelling, or a meditation on the erotic, or an erotic black comedy, or a tour de force of erotic realism, or a book in which seduction beats suspense. And these are not recent books. Some of these were published over 20 or 30 years ago. It's there visually too, you know, like the naked woman on the cover of Jaws, this cover of Windmills of the Gods, or the old pulpy covers of sword and sorcery paperbacks. The thing is, a lot of these books that had the—
Damn, those books were bangers though. Some of those books were amazing. Go find the old David Gemmell covers. They're fucking incredible. I love that art style so much. Or hear me out, in Isekai, I got turned into a rich sheik's mankini. No.
These blurbs and these terrible covers
Always
usually had
stained.
very limited sex in the books. And when it did appear, it kind of just came out of nowhere. The reality is, however, that no matter what the writers thought, the publishers knew that a little sprinkling of sex would let them mention it in the publicity. And that would boost sales. After a few generations cycle through this system.
Yeah, let me give you an example, right? David Gemmell had this one line in one of his books. I can't remember which one it was. And like every woman I've got to read that book, like I've convinced to read that book, all of them say the same thing. There's a line that they really love. There's like a love story between a guy who's like a complete coward, who's like a deserter from an army, who doesn't want to die, but eventually he like fights in a war specifically for her, right? And the line about the woman he falls in love with is, when she was with poets, she wished she was with warriors. And when she was with warriors, she wished she was with poets, right? And it like, I don't know why, but that line in particular did so much for them. And like every single woman I made read that book was like, that fucking sex scene was so short so poignant that it was better than an entire sex novel. Every single one of them has said that to me.
Them using sex to sell an otherwise mediocre or even terrible book is not even something that's questioned. For that matter, using sex to sell an excellent book isn't even questioned. Eventually, you reach a point where sex is the main point of the book. What I'm trying to say here is that the current year situation did not arise entirely out of thin air. Like, the second women started to dominate literature, everything became smut. I would concede that everything has become women-centric smut, or you could say smut written for women by women. But this issue, this almost virulent proliferation of smut, as it were, in literature has been a thing for a long time. The main difference is that previously some books were written by men and some by women. On top of that, the overall quality used to be higher, so the sex didn't really stand out, nor were the publishers leaning as heavily on the explicit content to sell the books, given that the books and the authors were generally of a higher quality in and of themselves. I can't read the minds of the women who wrote articles like these ones, but I'd guess that a major complaint a lot of these women really had when it came right down to it was that the sex written by the men didn't really appeal to them.
Based. These bitches got mad because they didn't have their super specific kink added into the book. Ultra based. She knows.
The issue that the sex isn't universally appealing? Or is the issue that sex as a selling point for fiction has become one of the most important aspects of the reading experience?
Yes.
And if that's true, why is that? I've read so many essays and articles and quotes written by men and women over the years who talk like sex is literally a mandatory element of fiction, whether it's a writer talking about how books without sex are insincere, or Philip Pullman, who apparently can't figure out where elf babies come from unless he can read an explicit account of the moment of conception. Things like this are so incredibly silly to me. I'm tempted to make a joke about Philip Pullman being unable to comprehend where the people he sees on the street come from unless he watched the act of conception with his own eyes, but there's no way he's that
Yeah, he probably thinks about it all the time.
Stupid. I mean that sincerely, there's no way. In which case, the only other explanation is that he's just trying to make an excuse for how badly he wants there to be lots of sex in books for him to both read and write. In that sense, one could argue that as ludicrous and worrying as it is that women are becoming so obsessed with the smut in their fiction, at least they're not pretending that they're in it for anything else. So many writers have repeated the same nonsensical argument that because sex is a natural part of the human condition, failing to include it in your novel would make it unrealistic or disingenuous. What strikes
The problem is, right, the problem is there's no problem with, like, including sex in a novel and stuff. It's the idea of sensuality, right? If there's no sensuality around it, it's just raw fucking. That's the problem, is I think it alters a lot of people's minds, where instead of, like, caring about some deeper emotional connection that you can have with a person, you just care about the raw fucking. And if it's not exactly the way you picture it, it fucks things up for you. And then, oh, why isn't this happening to me in reality? Because it's fantasy, you fucking nutcase. She's right about this. It's like, fuck it. I've heard this so many times from a lot of women. I want you guys to take a wild guess about any popular movie in existence. What sex scene do a lot of women like seeing? If you think about movies in the last 30 years, what is one of the most popular sex scenes for any of those women to have watched? I spit in your grave. No. Dominance is always the key. No. So, okay, maybe I should divide this. Woman under the age of 25. Right? I said sex scene in a movie, not fucking position. Relentless. Women under the age of 25 tend to be less sensual than women over the age of 25. And it's because they grew up in a different age. Right? A lot of the women I've heard talk about one of their favorite sex scenes is the sex scene in 300. And they love that shit because of how sensual it is. And how there's like a deeper connection between Leonidas and his wife and stuff like that, right? They love that shit. Now, the ones under 25, weirdly enough, preferred the scene where she got raped by that other dude. Or like almost raped by it. Which is a weird distinction I've noticed. Something's changed in the mentality of people over time. That's just a personal observation. I don't know how true that is on a wider scale. Lord of the Rings has scenes with Aragorn and Arwen, but it was never sexual. It didn't insult the viewer's intelligence by being on the nose with sex. Well, yeah, it was also a good Christian book. Bro, that made my skin crawl. It made the same for me. I was like, kill this man. Throw him down the big hole that never ends. It's just kink, maybe. It might just be kink. I don't know. This is personal anecdote, so it's harder to say on a wider scale, but that's what I've noticed based on the people I know.
me the most about this argument is the lack of self-awareness. Bowel movements are also a natural part of the human condition, but I don't see people using bowel movement scenes to sell books. I also don't see
Well, maybe you want to go take a look at some of the A Song of Ice and Fire books and what happens to Daenerys in a field. That was real fucking graphic by George R. R. Martin. That did not need to be in there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You can go figure that one out by yourself.
See that many bowel movements in romantasy. For that matter, childbirth is also a natural part of the human condition. And while that's a bit more likely to make it into a novel than a bowel movement, it also doesn't get championed the way sex does. Gosh, I wonder why that is. Listen, I'm not saying sex is bad and you can't put it in your book. I don't really care. What I am saying is that this ludicrous argument that books without sex are somehow bad is intolerably false.
Yeah,
These
that's
people fail to
retarded.
recognize that they just sound like a writer or a reader who's mad because they didn't get to read a super poetic description of boobs in this spy thriller. I'm sorry, but it just comes across like that guy who's mad because there are too many articles in this month's Playboy. Or that fangirl who's upset because her favorite idol's outfit didn't reveal enough leg. Like, at a certain point, you've got to stop and ask yourself, wait, why is the sex scene so important to me? Why does it matter how round this random female character's boobs are? Why does this author feel the need to describe what this guy's hands taste like? If you put so much emphasis on using sex to sell books, then a huge chunk of people who buy the books will expect sex. Every time the cycle repeats, the amount of sex increases and the level of quality decreases. If this cycle repeats enough times, everyone stops noticing how important the sex has become to the whole process. They also stop noticing how low the overall quality of the books has become. If the reader is expecting a little sex, then the publishers can add a little more to make the book stand out from the crowd, and so on until we get to...
You know what? I want a book that flips this formula on its head, actually. I want a sex book that's just like a pure comedy. Right? What was that line said by Donut Operator? I want that in a book. He leaned between her legs and tasted her pussy. And it felt like the heat coming out the back of a PlayStation. She sucked on his fingers and she could taste the ranch Doritos that he had earlier that day. Zingy. That's what I want. I want someone to reverse this formula and fuck it up for everyone.
and so on. But I mean, sex has become increasingly centric in literature for the last century, going as far back as the likes of Lady Chatterley's Lover and James Joyce's Ulysses, and even farther back to Fanny Hill, and let's not forget our boy the Marquis. Of course, these older examples tended to get themselves a tiny bit banned. While Lady Chatterley's Lover and Ulysses both tried to make some kind of ironically righteous First Amendment case for erotica being a super important form of art or whatever. But again, who do you suppose benefited from the legalization of explicit content in books? Human society or publishers? The debate about whether or not wildly explicit material is protected by the American First Amendment has been renewed in recent years. But I do find it interesting that those who argue the strongest for it are making a shocking amount of money. The main issue I'm trying to make here is twofold. One, sex on the level we see in books like this and this has actually been normal for a long time, not just in bodice rippers, but in highbrow award-winning literature. So much so.
Did she just show fucking it? It convinced me that Stephen King is a fucking psycho, by the way. Read that book, and when the kids start having sex, that's when you put the book down and you're like, all right, everyone deserves to die. All right, everyone involved deserves to die. Stephen King needed to stop writing. Someone needed to take his fucking computer away from him. So someone needed to prevent that man from ever being able to publish anything ever again after that scene. This is also in movies now too. How modern commercials for movies or shows have a clip of like a guy unstrapping a bra. Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's the Daenerys one. I read that in the book and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't need to know that.
So that when this issue took off and I started seeing people everywhere
Although I am quite surprised that he didn't describe the exact wrinkles on her asshole in that passage.
Complaining, or at least expressing alarm at romantasy, while I didn't disagree, I completely agree, I was still pretty surprised. Hadn't we, as a reading society, decided decades ago that we were all apparently perfectly fine with insane amounts of sexual obsession in our fiction? I'm pretty sure we had. The second issue I want to mention is that even though the female aspect of this whole thing has a very distinctive look to it, men have also been writing piles of smut-esque literature for just as long. As I said at the beginning, I don't find this to be a women in literature problem.
But this was a fan fiction thing that people were posting online. And whenever they did that and they posted their fan fiction, everyone mocked them or thought it was like made ironically. And then they just played it off as that instead of taking it seriously. Unless your name was Chris Chan and you were writing fan fictions about fucking your own mom. That's a little bit different. It would have been better if it was just an all-male kids crew. That would have made the sex scene between the kids, I suppose, 20% gayer.
I look at this as a smut in literature problem, for lack of a better term. I think it's worth noting that highbrow literature has always had more sex in it, while commercial fiction has tended to have
what's up,
less.
Benji?
I think a big reason that this has become such a major issue that so many people are noticing is that the commercial fiction is now just as smutty and explicit as highbrow literature has been for a long time. The other day, I was reading a book by Paul Auster. This guy is a novelist, one of the respected literary giants of his generation, legitimately a good writer, or I should say, a good put-together of words and sentences, if you will. Not 20 pages into this book, and his character was constantly examining his genitals. He was imagining what any random woman looked like naked the minute he met her, and every character, male and female, had to make sure their sexual habits and tastes were on the page within the course of the first meeting. This is the kind of thing that was much more common in books, especially literary fiction written by men, something you could almost call ambient explicitness, or even sometimes ambient perversion. It was there always on almost every page, no matter what the book was about. I personally find this kind of writing tasteless and baffling, but I do think that we as a society became desensitized to it. Now women reading explicit fiction or fiction with extremely explicit elements are also becoming increasingly desensitized. That's why you can...
Yeah, they're becoming desensitized. That's why they're going down the graveyard spiral of it, just getting worse and more freaky and like really fucked up and sick.
Look up things like spice meters. Do you want a book to, read one-handed? Or do you just want to read a story? Well, the spice is going to be there regardless, but here you can at least gauge the quantity based on the specific level of desensitization you've reached. Men have been putting tasteless and excessive sex in books for a long time. Just because women are the ones writing it doesn't mean it's not also tasteless. And it also doesn't mean that many male writers aren't just as obsessed with sex.
I didn't really like the books I read in school because there was never any magic, but there was really not enough kissing for me.
I'm saying, where are the giant snakes? Where are the scantily clad women?
Anyone who has tried to read a book off the shelf in Barnes & Noble in the last 5 years does not need to be told that the quality of Western literature is in decline. This is true across the board, and there are a million factors that have contributed to this, but like it or not, sex is one of them. The more you let sex sell the story, the less concerned you'll be with the quality of the story. Sex sells, as we all know. It sells.
She's right. Sex is a cope that people who can't write use to like think. I'm not kidding when I say this. Some of the best writers and storytellers I've ever seen have been DMs in D&D games. Oh man, the fucking prologue that some guy did, he like helped me develop the story and the player just took it to its natural conclusion. I had an experienced DM teach me how to write a prologue for each particular character, right? And he did such a fucking good job with the prologue for the barbarian that came from like the northern continents living in the snow that I literally just took everything down he said word for word and then ran it in a campaign, and it was fucking incredible. Man, I learned so much from that guy. And he didn't have to do anything sexual. He didn't have to do anything weird. And he told me, he straight up told me, this is one of the lessons he taught me, was there's ever going to be like a sex scene and stuff, you can let it happen, but just make it like a fade to black kind of thing. Like, you don't need to put that in there. It's a cope for people who can't fucking write to save their life. And do you really want to be sexting with a dude at your table? Absolutely not.
Sell so well that if you want, you can ignore most everything else. The bodice strippers of the past and the romantasy genre now and their shocking success has proven that. If the sex is explicit enough, tantalizing enough, controversial enough, nothing else matters. If you put a stack of books on the table and tell people the ones with the purple covers have lots of sex, the unfortunate reality is that those are the ones that will sell out first. The industry knows this. It's hard work to find good writers. It's hard work to write a good novel. Hard work to edit it well and then market it. Putting really explicit sex in the book means that the story doesn't have to be that great. It means you can cut all the other corners. It means people won't really be paying attention to the prose or the grammar. It means that all you'll have to do is slap a blurb on the cover that says something like "Summer's steamiest read," and you're golden. Although, of course, because of the nature of human beings' interaction with explicit content, the sex you put in your stories in order to sell them will necessarily have to be more and more extreme. Of course, this doesn't mean that every book that has ever had explicit sex in it has been otherwise bad. Quite the contrary. Sex often seems to have been shoehorned into otherwise good books. But one does wonder if all this literarily acceptable sex perhaps paved the way for a world of this and this and this. Is smut only reprehensible if it's bad?
I think it's also a cope, right? I think the problem, a lot of the problem with a lot of modern literary stuff. Yeah, I'll give you an example. You can try this out if you know anyone who's 20 years old. Give them 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne, right? Or give them any Jules Verne book and see if they're able to read it. I bet the level of English, the vocabulary that he uses is so fucking confusing to them they don't know what the fuck he's saying. I'm almost convinced that that's the case. I feel like there's been, when it comes to, language and shit, there's been, a dumbing down of the entire fucking world that we've become such fucking retards. Do you know how mind-blowing it was for me when I called someone a pussy and then I got in trouble because they were like, that's a bad word. You can't call someone a vagina, because they didn't realize that pussy is actually a shortening, an abbreviation of the word pusillanimous. Right? Like, fuck, we've lost so much in language that it's almost like no wonder all these fucking books are selling, because everyone's like dropped a level of language in English. And this is like, fuck, if you go and look at like a second, like let's say someone speaks, I don't know, fucking German as a first language, and they speak English as a second language. I sometimes look at it like first language speakers in English kind of speak English like it's their second language. Like the German person speaking to them probably has about the same level of English as the person who speaks English natively. And that's kind of fucking terrifying.
Written, is it only reprehensible if it's on the bestseller list? Or is all this a symptom of a much, much larger social disease that has been degrading our culture for a very, very long time? The reality is that sex is 100% optional. And even then, there are times when the story might benefit from skipping the sex. And also, this bears repeating, there's literally never a good enough plot reason to describe every single action, emotion, and sensation of a sex scene. There just isn't. Does that mean all sex in fiction is bad? No, of course not. Does that mean that all books that have sex in them are bad? Again, of course not. But unlike some authors who seem to believe that a book can't exist without explicit content, I am of the mind that certain things are better handled with restraint. As I said before, the largest group of people who have worked so tirelessly to normalize the consumption of erotic media are people whose sole motivation is profit. They do not care about female empowerment. They don't even care about female health. They just care about female...
They care about the money. It's about the money, Spider-Man. Thanks for the resub, Mies. How you doing? Honestly, I'd argue for the most part ESL speakers speak at a higher level than natives. You might be right. You might be right.
Female money. So I think it might be time for females to wake up. But while women are waking up, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing for the gents to also take stock. I hesitate to tell people what to do to fix this. It's easy to talk about the problem. Well, maybe not easy, but not difficult in the same way. You know that old thing that was everywhere a few years ago? You know, you have two wolves fighting inside you and the one that wins is the one that you feed? We all have so much inside us. Impulses to good and to bad. Pulls to be selfish, pulls to be courageous or deviant or compassionate or lazy. And whatever we feed day to day is what we become. If we feed the impulse to obsess over sex, that's what we will become. And on a long enough timeline, we'll become a perverted sex addict. The same goes for society. Maybe things in literature are the way they are because we've been feeding perversion for too long. Now there are no other strong hungers, no hunger for powerful storytelling, for aspirational heroes, for nuanced characters, beautiful prose, and so on. It's like society has become the monkey that pushes the pleasure button instead of the food button until it dies. Maybe we should consider starving that particular hunger and see what happens. As always, thank you so much for watching.
That was based. That was like the most based video I've ever seen. God damn. She just took a shit on all these literary books and I couldn't be happier. 2,000 feminists hated this take. Fucking amazing. Incredible. That was brilliant. Now let's play some fucking Hollow Knight. I've been looking forward to this for a while. I'll watch this Drew Gooden video tomorrow. I can't take it anymore. That was enough. I can't do it. That broke me a little bit, if I'm being honest. Because she's right. She's 100% fucking right. It's like you get desensitized to that stuff. And it just destroys your mind. Oh, shit. The commands are kind of broken. Thanks, OBS, for breaking my commands again. Hold on, I'll put that in the chat for you. Let's see. Now, I have to make something very fucking clear. To all of you. I have never, in my life, not once, played Hollow Knight. So I'm not going to be playing Silksong today. I'm going to be playing the first game. Because I have not touched this shit at all. And I've had people in my personal life bitch about it. I've had people online bitch about it. They're like, oh man, how have you not touched Hollow Knight? And I'm like, the same way I haven't touched kids, it just hasn't happened. You know, what am I supposed to do? I'm not going to start. But today we're going to start playing Hollow Knight, not touching kids. Don't take that the wrong way. Now, I believe the optimal way to play this game is with a PlayStation controller, because Xbox doesn't know how to fucking design a controller that works with the human thumb. So that's where we're going to be starting. I picked this up. Nice and dirt cheap. And I gotta... this is how I picked this game up, right? So I'm busy setting out the controller. I mean, not the controller. Fuck, I'm thinking about the Xbox controller now. I'm busy setting out everything for the charity that's happening between the 22nd and the 31st of October. What I've managed to do is get a few free game keys for you animals, so that you people will be at least getting something out of the stream yourself, right? So you have the opportunity to win a few games. At the same time, they gave me Hollow Knight for free. So fuck yeah. Let me find my beautiful little controller here. There we go. Now we can see where this is gonna go. Please work. Ah, it's working. Fuck yeah. I have never touched this game. I have never in my life. PlayStation accessories. Elevate the performance of your DualSense and DualSense Edge wireless controller on your Windows PC by adding in this fucking bloatware. Yeah, fuck it, why not? What's a little bit more bloatware? I mean, it's Windows. What do you expect? A streamlined experience? Yeah, why not? Quick question. How much money would I need to throw at you in subs before you make minis of my favorite characters? It depends how hard it is to make them. It depends how much free time I have more than anything else, right? I would love to do that, but if I'm being honest, based on some of the AI generated fucking models we saw, it might honestly be easier for you, Cyro, to just AI generate a model for yourself and then send it to me, and I could just, you know. No shit. What, the fucking Kmart? You're fucking raiding the Kmart? Just remember how dangerous that McDonald's was earlier, huh? Yeah, keep that in mind. McDonald's fucked you all up. So don't expect any different when you go into the goddamn Kmart. Put it in general. Should have put it in the Reacts channel. Also, I'm the worst person to look at music videos, because I know nothing about them. Wish I wasn't banned on Twitch. What? You banned on Twitch? What did you do? Why am I not hearing anything? There was music and now there's not. What's going on here? Hold on. Oh. Wait, there we go. God damn, that's loud. Yeah, just bump that down a bit. Holy shit, that was loud. Let's see how well you're doing. Keith descended a floor. Sploof fucked his boss's wife. Well done. Sniper Tigress obtained a rare lyre. What the fuck is... oh, that's a musical instrument. Moonstone gaslit his girlfriend into compliance. Well done, that's pretty hard to do these days. I love the little pop-ups there above the fucking Kmart. Obtained a common cream sword. Yeah, everyone's got one of those, don't worry about that. You found shoes. You found fucking shoes in the Kmart. What the fuck? What the fuck is this Tangier dungeon shit? What the fuck? You're finding shoes in the Kmart. You're finding a rare magic what was the fucking Voldemort in there? What the fuck is going on here? Jesus. Damn, I need to really integrate this Tangier dungeon more. This shit is wild. You found a charcoal sword. You found a burned penis, basically. Everyone's getting loot but me. Yeah, you just gotta gaslight people harder. You gotta fuck someone's wife's boss. Well, the boss's wife, too. Damn, look at that shit. That's wild. Man, I really got to integrate that Tangier dungeon more. That shit actually seems pretty fun. Let's see. We should be good there. Hold on. Wait. We'll drop the music down. It's always better to have sound higher than music. It's one of the biggest mistakes game devs always make. I can always bump it up later. Controller? Worst controller ever. Absolute worst. Now then. Let's see what the Tangier dungeon has. The one in the game. English language, backer credits, show achievements. I don't care about that. No one ever in the world ever cares about achievements, and if you do, you're not human. Wait, did I just... Okay, I didn't reset that. Okay. I believe controller is the correct way to play any platformer. Deal with it. No human being should be playing on a keyboard. That's just abuse. Just the slider until the frames touch the edges of the screen. Oh, it's pretty gay. But okay, let's see. What are we dealing with here? Adjust the brightness. Yeah, it's good. Let's go from there. In the wilds beyond, they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you, the challenge met. Under palest watch, you taught we changed base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. From Elegy of Hallownest by the Teacher. Gay-ass game, by the way. Well, I'm about to find out. Good art. Is this the part of the game where we see the bug with the big ass? When do we have sex with the bug girl? After that book, I'm ready to have sex with bug girls non-stop. That's what I'm here for. Oh no, is this gonna be like an Ori and the Blind Forest kind of thing? Where it's sad in the beginning? Just a heads up, the law isn't very in your face. It's all over either in NPC conversations or through interactables. That's the way it's meant to be. You're supposed to be a literal nobody going through a world that you don't quite understand. That's what made Dark Souls so goddamn good. Okay, that's our attack. Okay. That's all I got. Jump and attack. A game made by Team Cherry. Oh, shit. I didn't realize there was an enemy. Ow. Already 2 lives down. Fuck me. Yeah, I feel like this game's gonna whip my ass a few times. Until I get, like, used to the controller set. What's up here? Is there anything there? Oh, okay. What the... Oh, hey, I remember this gameplay. It's from that one game. What's it called? Shit. Goddamn. It's the one... It's the one with the thing where you play that one character where you can attack and jump. What's the name? Oh, yeah. Every platformer ever. My problem is that everyone tried to do what Dark Souls did, a lot failed. Of course, they tried to copy the most successful formula ever. Right? That's how it works. There's always going to be like a million copycats of the thing that's an absolute fucking banger. And then the problem is a bunch of game devs don't realize why it's so good, because they didn't make the game out of some degree of passion. They made the game because they thought it was going to make them as much money. Your great strength marks... Oh, wait, hold on. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Your great strength marks you amongst us. Focus your soul and you shall achieve feats which others can only dream. Collect cum by striking enemies. Once enough cum is collected, hold B to focus soul and heal. Yeah, okay, I read that already. Okay. So, okay, music's a bit quiet. I can hear that. Maybe these guys did balance the audio properly. There we go. Team Cherry are hardcore Metroidvania fans. There's a lot of references to Metroid or Castlevania. Damn. I'm gonna miss all of them, Super Sploof, because I was an Earthworm Jim lad. That was my jam. It was Earthworm Jim. Ah, fuck. Okay, so that's a one-hit kill. That's not very cash money. Right, so okay, so that's enough to give me at least one life back. Looks like something you stick your dick into. I mean, maybe if you go on Tinder enough, I suppose. You will find a few blue waffles out there. What the fuck is that thing? Is this even doing anything? Or am I just am I just breaking
Maybe
into
Rose
someone's
will
home
actually
and destroying
get better
things?
at jumping puzzles after playing this game enough.
Yeah, that's definitely not happening because I'm playing this game on controller. The fucking jumping puzzles are a nightmare. This is just a platformer. Ah! Fuck. Come on. Up. There we go. You know, I do have to say I did play Blasphemous, and that was a fucking banger. Blasphemous was incredible. Beyond this point, you enter the lands of King and Creator. Step across the threshold and obey our laws. This is exactly what's sitting on the beaches in the UK. And when the boat full of immigrants gets there, they just run past the sign and never read it. Bear witness to the last and only civilization, the Eternal Kingdom. Hello, Nest. So let's heal. I feel like I'm gonna need that. This is a boss room, isn't it? Tell me you wouldn't stick it in that white portal. Is that better? Is that more to your liking? Does that feel better? Does that do something for you? No? What about now? I bet that does something to you. Okay, this is definitely a boss room. Okay, that's a boss room. This has to be a boss room. I know this fucking trick. They're gonna put you up against some overpowered bullshit that's supposed to murder you. I've played enough Dark Souls to know what's coming. Oh, it's just an old guy. Oh, there, traveler. I'm afraid there's only me left to offer welcome. Our town's fallen quiet. You know what this game needs? This game needs a mod where someone reads out all the text. That's what it needs. Not enough Mewtwo. Damn, all the boys have 7TV on Twitch and I'm stuck with these goofy-ass YouTube emotes. Yeah, YouTube needs to add some customization there, but I don't think they care enough to do that because to them, like, you know, streaming's kind of a strap-on. They'll fuck you with it if they can. But beyond that, it's all about them shorts, baby. Ho there, traveler. I'm afraid there's only me left to offer welcome. Our town's fallen quiet, you see. The other residents, they've all disappeared. Headed down that well, one by one, into the caverns below. Used to be there was a great kingdom beneath our town, and a sheikh who ruled it. He had a yacht. He used to shit in the pretty girls' mouths. It's long fell to ruin, yet it still draws folks into its depths. Wealth, glory, enlightenment, that darkness seems to promise all things. I'm sure you too seek your dreams down there. Watch out, it's a sickly air that fills that place. Creatures turn mad and travelers are robbed of their memories. Perhaps dreams aren't such great things after all. I'll rest. Why not? Like a homeless man on a park bench. You know what's funny? As a kid, I always imagined Lord of the Rings with bugs. And then years later, Hollow Knight exists. I'm noticing that everyone's got their own specific reference to Hollow Knight, which makes me think that it's got some good storytelling to it, at least. For all your mapping supplies, we will be opening soon. Zelda and Cornifer. Oh, shit. Ah, get out my way. Ew. You know what I'm noticing is I've been fucking losing health to a goddamn Goomba that just walks back and forth and doesn't really do anything. This game has tricked me. Oh! Oh! Yep. Hold on, I want to go this way. Benches refill your HP and save the game. Okay, so it's a bonfire. That's the sounds of a man with a kidney stone. I can't reach him, though. Yo! You! Just wait until he learns what a primal aspid is. Nice of the devs to put... Oh, fuck you. Nah, he's got way too much hair. Why am I trying to fight these enemies like they're gonna react? Fucking ridiculous. What's through here? Oh god, this is going to be one of those loop back to certain areas kind of game, isn't it? The Pilgrim's Way. Travelers of Hallownest descend through the verdant wilds and fungal groves to the city at this kingdom's heart. There all wishes shall be granted, all truths revealed. Okay, this is starting to sound very monkey paw-ish. Yo. Okay. So, ow. Thanks for that. Okay, so we're not getting through there yet. Okay, so we can't just walk past him. I'm willing to bet I probably need some bullshit ability to deal with him. Killing fucking non-aggro mobs like the IDF. I'm pretty sure that the Palestinian children don't have the ability to fly. But it's been a while since I've looked in on Arab racial ability, so I might be wrong about that. Ah! Fuck. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. What's... No? Okay, cool. Is there any other way to go? Or is that it? No, that's it. So they gave the bug with the big long nose and the glasses the pen and paper, and he's doing his taxes. What did Hollow Knight mean by this? What do you got to say? Hello there, come down and explore these beautiful old ruins, don't mind me. I have a fondness for exploring myself, getting lost and finding your way again is a pleasure like no other. We're exquisitely lucky, you and I. I'm a cartographer by trade. Okay, it's not taxes. And I'm working on mapping this area right now. Would you like to buy a copy of my work so far? Yeah, sure, why not? Hold LB to view the map of the current area. A map can be a useful thing, but it alone won't show you where you are if you've not heard the head for directions. I suggest purchasing a compass from my wife Iselda. I bet she's only with him for his long-ass nose. Is that the guy with the hot wife? Don't tell me there's bug cuckery in this bullshit. I don't want to hear that. She's just now opening our new map shop in Dirtmouth, selling all sorts of useful things to wanderers like yourself. She'll even sell some of my old maps from time to time. I pop back to see her whenever I finish mapping an area. She's always so excited to see me. Is that the guy? God damn it. I've seen art. Why do people want to fuck the bugs? What kind of Klaus Schwab manipulation is this? You will fuck the bugs and be happy. Like, no, oh god damn it, I did it again. Alright, there was something there. Oh, those are in the background. This is just like Fortnite. When do I get the ability to build the fucking Eiffel Tower? The second someone looks at me wrong. I can't play this game unless I'm having a fucking stroke. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Get some health back, yo. That was bullshit. Oh, fuck you. That was... Okay, that was bullshit. That was a trap. Hey, bud. Okay. Maybe he was in there for a reason. Where's Darth Vader kicking Goku in the balls? You know what? Where's Darth Vader saying that the racist Hitler shit? Hey, does anyone remember when Fortnite decided to strap an AI voice to Darth Vader? And that went great. Okay, that's Bugman. What's down this way? Oh, this is where he was hiding all his shekels. God damn it. That was a fun week. The only time I cared about Fortnite. It was the only time Fortnite was interesting, to be honest. Maybe the kids need a little bit more of that. We should program AIs to act like 2011 Xbox Live. It'll toughen them up a little bit. Get them ready for the real world. Then we won't have to deal with all this you can't say that bullshit. Where people get upset at you because you have a different opinion. Ow. Come on. Give me the money. Come on. There we go. Oh shit, I didn't realize those were even locked. Okay. What's down here? I'm back. Wife and I were playing It Takes Two. I'm sure I didn't miss much. You didn't. We were just complaining about how society has collapsed because no one knows how to read a book anymore. And there's all this kinky erotica book stuff out there. But no one knows how to write a story, so they just talk about how, I don't know, they plundered some girl's ass because they wrote a book about how a cow banged a millennial girl who can't afford an apartment or bills. Fortnite just looks like a bunch of corpos going, look at all these temp collaborations, steal your mom's credit card, it's so artificial. But it works. That's the terrifying part, Sarah. You can be mad, but it works. Oh my god, this is like my favorite character! Irony Man! It's actually kind of genius if you think about it, right? The way that Fortnite built things up. Because what they did was they didn't have any creativity of their own beyond the initial game. They just stole everyone else's work and did like a bunch of collaborations. And in doing so, they managed to get a bunch of people to play their game because everyone's like, holy shit, I get to play as Goku. I get to see Chun-Li's butthole. God damn. It's brilliant. From a marketing perspective. There are a bunch of video game designers who are really fucking mad. Because their unique little OC didn't hold up to... I did a collaboration. Worked out real well. Oh, that's right, I do have a map. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, awesome, it's the Diablo map. Dirtmouth is up. Where am I? I suppose I'm the thing? I don't know, I need to go to another area to see if it changes anything. Hey, yo, where all the bug bitches at, though? Where's that one bug with the big ass in the red coat? I've seen what people have done with that character. No idea where I am. The map that guy sold me was useless. I think he intended to fuck me up with it. Oop. That was a bad position. Should have just hit up. Okay, can't go that way. You can't see yourself until you find a compass. Wait, so I have to go find that guy's wife? Oh, shit. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Okay, I can't go that way, thank God. Oh, fuck, that was a lever. That's a little bit too good. I'm used to shitty games that give you yellow paint everywhere. Now you're telling me I actually have to pay attention? This is what's wrong with modern games. They expect you to pay attention. How dare they integrate the levers and the interactables with the art style of the world. Okay. We ain't shit. We gotta find that guy's wife. Ow. Ow. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, I just registered you can smack the spikes as well. It's just I keep forgetting that I can press up and hit upwards. This is like Soldier of Godric. Just some random enemy that's set out to be a boss, but it actually sucks ass. Oh shit. Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna get to him. Ow. I tell you what, at least the Estus flask refills. That does make things a little bit easier. You can attack downwards too. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I'm never getting the timing on a downward attack right. That's just not fucking happening. Where's that guy's apparently hot wife? I think it's this way. Oh no, there's just a... Okay, that's one of the fucking worms. Oh shit, this guy's got a bunch of kids. Oh, we're supposed to save his children. Oh, I understand. But what kind of fucking socialized healthcare is this? Someone report this man to CPS. He's sitting in a corner crying while his kids are fucked up. He's not doing anything about it. Why do I have to solve his problems? I wonder how long it's... like, how big is the team that made this game? And how long did it take them to make it? Because I'm noticing a lot of hand-drawn art. Hey, here we go. 3 people. Jesus Christ. Hey, baby! Nah, she's not that hot. Come to buy a map, have you? It's really my husband you should be dealing with. But what a surprise he's headed down below. He'll pop back occasionally to deliver new maps for the store, but I do wish he'd spend a little more time up here. I've not much interest in retail myself. I'm just a lonely housewife. Selling maps. My husband neglects me. Please, won't you show me your scroll? Now let's see what's here for me to sell. Okay. A wayward compass. Highly recommended if you're having trouble finding your way in the maze of ruins below. You'll need this if you want to update your map with new areas as you explore. These pins will mark benches and other rest spots for your map. Useful if you're exhausted. Okay. Okay, so these are just like upgrades for different shit. Okay. Great, so the compass is probably going to be the most important, and everything else beyond that is extra. Equip a charm to activate its powerful abilities. To equip a charm, open Charms menu while resting at a bench. No. Look, lady, if you're not going to splay yourself out on the table, how am I supposed to even be sexually attracted to you? As a miniature bug man. Hold on, where's the charms? Good. Bug NTR. Hey, you know, you say bug NTR filter. I'm like, this weekend I got done with a hazmat team like pulling a cupboard out of that one room I told you about. Also Night Key. And like showing me like a hive of fucking cockroaches. And I'm just imagining all of them sitting behind that cupboard, just fucking non-stop for years, and all of a sudden, some giant hand of God appears and eliminates all of them for their sins. There was definitely bug NTR going on in that room. Okay. Pretty sure menu is the touchpad. Hold on. Nope. That's the map. Whoop. Wrong thing. Hold on. Let me just switch to keyboard and mouse quick. That way I can find out where it is. Look at the controller layout scheme. Here's the problem, right? I can't hit the fucking menu. I can't hit the menu button without touching the keyboard. Options. Controller. Quick map, inventory, super dash. Inventory is this button, apparently. Dream nail, focus and cast, dash, pause menu. Keyboard. Inventory is I. What is inventory here? It's that button. It's the share button. Jesus Christ, that's bad mapping. What other ways fuck the best control over the most? Has to be a spite thing, not that button. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. I've got no inventory button. I gotta hit the keyboard. I gotta hit the fucking keyboard. This is bullshit. I can't believe they do this to me. You gotta hit the goddamn keyboard to get anything done. Yeah, baby! What can I do to get you to drop these prices? How long's it been since you had some good bug dick? I'm just trying to imagine what kind of mindset you've got to have to sexualize what's essentially stick figures with bug faces on them. Like, that one's getting to me a little bit. I'm trying to figure this out. Can you change the controller layout from Xbox to PS4 in the settings? Nope. Controller?
The amount of cuckery I've seen go down behind that goddamn counter is too damn high.
No. No, I can go fuck myself, apparently. Native controller input. Activate if experiencing controller issues. Requires a restart of the game. You can change the layout. It's done in Steam controller settings. You disable Steam controller input. Yeah, well, okay, we'll do that quick. Usually I don't give a fuck enough about a game to do these kinds of things, right? Let's see. Settings. Manage. Properties. Fuck. Where is this bullshit? Or is it Steam settings? Should probably not be showing shit like that. Properties. Controller. PlayStation enabled. Xbox control. Use default setting. Disable Steam input. Is that going to make this worse or better? Let's find out. New prices burn out my points fast. Yeah, I don't want to burn out the I don't want the TTS to be something that you just burn through and it's just you saying a bunch of retarded shit. I want to keep it higher at least so that you try and save your points for when I've got active TTS working with a bunch of different streamers' voices on it. Now the controller's not working at all! The fuck? You fucked me! Oh well, it's fine. I'll just multitask between using the thing. Properties. General. Controller. Enable Steam input. Let's try that. At least the game loads fast. Let's see. No, it turns out I can go fuck myself. Oh, wait, there we go. Now it's working. Okay, I didn't remap it. It's still giving me Xbox controls, but I can at least tell what the fuck I'm doing. Touchpad works now. I don't know if the touch... Yeah, it does. I pressed the button. Suppose there's some redundancy. It just needed to be, Steam controller support added. I don't know why I'm going this way. I need to go... Actually, you know what? This is the right way to go. How many of these bug shells would you sell your wife to me for? Tell me, old man. Have you ever been cucked by a beetle? I'm sorry, I can't get it through my head how many fucking people I've seen on Twitter sexualizing the fuck out of some of these characters. I don't know who the red cloak bug is, but damn, they keep on drawing that bitch with a big ass. She's in this game too. Oh, great. Typical women. Ruining everything. Okay, I can use this as practice. Ow! Ow! Fuck. Okay, where am I supposed to go exactly? I don't think I've been... Wait, no, I have been here. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Oh, whoa! Whoa, that's way too big. Fuck that. Shit. He fucked me up.
I'm being told that it's a skill issue, just don't die.
Oh, fuck you. God damn it. What's this? A stone door with a simple lock. Okay, what if we just... Now you gotta go retrieve your soul. Okay, so this is basically 2D Dark Souls. Okay, this is blasphemous with a different skin. I understand now. What if it came partially from cosplayers? I've seen some impressive Hollow Knight cosplays at cons. Just open the cloak on a cosplay and there you go, sexualized Bugman. I suppose there are enough... This is weird to say, right? I went to Comic-Con in my country. And there are enough freaks out there, absolute fucking strange, odd people, that they have to put up signs everywhere that say cosplay is not consent. Because they've had way too many people just start groping the fucking cosplayers. Oh, I thought you were an enemy. Hello there, how delightful to meet another traveler on these forgotten roads. You're a short one. You've fucking just called me a manlet, but you have a strong look about you. I'm Quirrell. I have something of an obsession with uncharted places. The ancient kingdoms hold many fascinating mysteries, and one of the most intriguing of them is standing right before us. A great stone egg lying in the corpse of an ancient kingdom. And this egg, is it warm? It certainly gives off a unique air. Can it be opened? There are strange marks all over it. I do so love a mystery. And also, who knows what other marvels lie even deeper below us. That's a slogan in the US as well. Yeah, to be honest, like, okay, so one of the inciting incidents that we saw at one of the Comic-Cons, it wasn't this year, it was like earlier year, is that one of the competitors who was competing in the FIFA tournament saw a girl who was posing as like was doing like a cosplay of, fuck, I don't even know what the character is. It was like some anime, but it was like a super revealing cosplay. And the guy competing in the FIFA tournament believed he had a right to touch her. It was like a red line mankini bikini thing with like a pair of scissors. I don't know what the fuck that is. Some anime. But he basically like jammed her against the wall and then tried to ram his fingers into her pussy. Like in front of everyone. Like 4 dudes beat the shit out of him. And he kept on yelling she was asking for it. And like, it sounds fucking insane. I would never imagine that any normal human being... Oh fuck, is that me? Do I have to beat myself up? Kill the kill probably. I don't know. I wouldn't know. But yeah, we've had a few incidents like that. It tends to be the FIFA players who do it. Not sure why. Whoop. Is there a way for me to run faster so that I'm not getting my shit pushed in? Ow. 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 Shit. I feel like the game is telling me I'm not ready to deal with that piece of shit. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the violent beatings. It's the bug version of Havel the Rock. No, he's just a big bitch. It's more like the Asylum Demon. Where is that motherfucker? Okay, now I know that our soul fights back. I'm gonna give this one more try. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go explore elsewhere. Hey, get fucked. Get shit on. It's like domestic abuse, right? It's the quick jab that always gets them. Right, if you wind up, if you telegraph the movement, they see it coming. But if you, like, you pop them one first and then say make the sandwich, they have no chance to defend themselves. You almost have enough for the quill now. You'll be able to track where you haven't... Yeah, assuming I don't die. Where the fuck am I now? Okay, I haven't been here before. What the... Hello? Now, is that an enemy or a friend? Oh, bury my mother pale light and slight. Bury my father with his eyes shut tight. Bury my sisters 2 by 2. And then when you're done, let's bury me too. Do you know that one? It's one of my favorites. We can sing something else if you like. You start singing and I'll join in. I bet you have a beautiful singing voice, haha. So what are you down here for? You came to get wealthy. Just look around you. These mines are still bursting with riches. There's plenty for everyone. Just grab a pick and join in. Yeah, they're just a miner. But not the kind YouTubers touch. Whoa! Okay. Thought I was about to be fucking killed. There better not be a fucking swamp level in this game. There better be no poison swamp bullshit somewhere. I don't want to hear about no poison swamps. Miyazaki's ruined this for everyone. Is this not going to break? I'm noticing a distinct lack of me collecting any of those crystals. Okay, where am I now? Okay, I'm just going back to the old boss room. That doesn't help. You'll see that most areas have places locked off unless you have a movement ability. Those damn H-1B visas, I suppose. Fuck. Oh shit, he can hit me? Fuck that dude, that was bullshit. I didn't know he could jump across gaps like that. I expected it from Jumpy Bug here, but not that other one. Yeah, you can fuck up the heal here. It's kind of like the Estus Flask. If you get halfway through the drink and you don't use it, you fuck things up. I noticed that as well. Those are little details that I think the game devs probably were very excited to put in the game. Like, it tells me someone gave a shit when they were programming this thing, if they put in little details like that. Let's see. Maybe I should go back up there and buy that thing. Ow. Fuck you. Let's see. Jump. Jump. Oh, fuck's sakes. feel like I'm fucking myself over by trying to speed run through some of the jumps. Come on. There we go. No, that's not the right spot. The fuck am I? Okay. We go this way. Ah! Fuck's sakes. Where is that elevator up? There we go. Okay. No! That I feel like that's gonna happen a lot. That's definitely gonna happen a lot. Hey, so is this when the bug sex scene happens? Is this part of it? You'll need this if you want to update your map with new areas as you explore. Of all places to end up, we've picked this dreary town. I thought it a temporary stop, then my husband became obsessed with that old ruin. Now he's spending all his time down there. He argues cartography is sound business. But other than you, who's buying? Are you enjoying yourself down in the ruins? Now, okay, now she's getting friendly with us. This is the time to either lock in or get the fuck out. At times, my husband makes Hallow Nest sound a wonder, but sometimes it seems like a ghastly, dangerous place. Hey, yo, baby! Are you... Okay, it's just the same lines. Do you have anything new to say? Did you visit the temple? Strange building, I've heard. Though I'd never dare journey there myself. The braver among us once went there to pray. They said they felt at peace within the walls. After a while, they stopped going. I wonder what changed. Okay. So there's nowhere new to really go. Where haven't I been? Go this way. All this game is telling me is don't have a hot wife and don't get into cartography. Bad things will happen to you. That's what I've learned about Hollow Knight so far. Apparently women are not into maps. It's just not a thing they care about on a fundamental level. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Yes, I should apologize for that. When you spend a lot of time by yourself, with just your own thoughts, leaving your hot, lonely wife alone to run your shop, where strange men visit her in the middle of the day or night or whatever time it is, you forget the niceties of conversation. My name is Cornifer. I've always loved exploring the world. Why, when I was first hatched, I wandered off immediately, leaving my brothers and sisters and poor mother behind. That's why as soon as I could move to Dirtmouth with my wife, a huge unending kingdom to explore right on our doorstep. Who could resist? Anyway, I'll let you return to your travels. With a little luck, we'll meet again. Be safe and farewell. You can also double tap left button to open the full map instead of the local map. Aha! Thanks for letting me know that. Now I can always find my way back to that man's wife. That's definitely what we want. Okay, I haven't been here, I think. Or have we? And there's just no way through here. There's a way down somewhere here. It's telling me there's a way down. I'm being lied to. I'm being gaslit by the fucking video game. Let's go this way. We'll push our way past the fields of uncircumcision. It's still a straight shot to the right. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck you. I hit you. That was bullshit. Go. Okay, let's go this way. I suppose we go down from here. Break our tiny little bug legs. Okay, when in this game, though, do we get the Sonichu medallion? I've heard it's got superpowers. Okay, so I can't go this way. Yup. Fucker. Damn, that musical score is almost as good as Guild Wars 2. It's very mysterious. It's a grower, not a shower. It's just cold today, okay? It usually it's bigger than this. I'm just having an off day. Don't worry, it's common for men of this age. Happens to the best of us. Ow. Jesus, man. That wasn't much of a boss. Just drove like an Asian woman on the freeway. That's all he did. What? What the fuck? Okay. Oh. He was pregnant. Now I have to abort his fly babies. Remember, after 9 months, it's still legal. They only gain sentience at about 2. So it's okay. Is it the guy who's been seeing the cartographer's wife? Based on her ass and that flop, I don't think so. Oh, hello. Any hot bitches in here? No, it's just some weird bug guy. Oro, you oaf. Wield your nail like a club. Esme, how much deeper do we have to go? Oh, wait, who are you? I see, this old village. What a strange dream. You have... Wait, to have led me down here. If you hadn't found me, I don't think I would have ever woken. I'm Sly. Usually, I live an uneventful life up in Dirtmouth. The air in these ruins doesn't agree with me, so I'd best be getting back. If you return above, come and see me. I'm probably the friendliest face left there, and I can thank you properly for your good deed. Okay. You're exploring then? Very brave. Plenty of courageous wanderers have been lost to the hunger of these old caverns. You have your nail, though, and I can tell just by looking that you know how to wield it. Okay, same lines. Don't worry, Mrs. Cartographer's wife. Me and my nail will come and save you. Oh, this area is complete. Wait, hold on. To map this area out, do I have to find a bench to sit on? Oh, I can't get up there. Shit. So basically, I have to run blind until I find a fucking homeless park bench to sit on and sleep. Ow, fuck. God damn it. Ow, fuck you! Jesus Christ, that nearly fucking killed me. Fucking like a Mozambican in the summer. Just murdered by mosquitoes. This is bullshit. Yeah, you know what the thing is? It's the big enemies don't seem to be that bad. A door with an open slot. Like, the big ones don't seem to be that bad, because you can always hit them. It's the little ones. It's the little ones that get you. You can just keep holding the heal chain instead of one at a time. Yeah, but that ruins the interactivity. Don't you understand? It's about the game feel. And it feels like I'm shit at this game. Son of a bitch, get back here. Come here. Ow. Stop throwing your children at me like I'm part of the fucking welfare office. And just die. Ow. Okay, fine. Fuck you, I'll stand down here and do it. Fuck. Didn't mean to do that. And now they all respawn, don't they? I can see that enemy is going to become a bitch. if you don't, like, deal with it really, really fast. Or unless you don't, like, you should just move past it. Yeah, okay. I realize now that this is all about... This is all Dark Souls mechanics. Ow. You don't need to kill every enemy. Some of them you can just move past. Thanks for the follow, Sam Lordy. And I swear to God, if I'm about to see another botted message on Kick, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Ah. So what do you think the inspiration was for making all the characters in Hollow Knight Asian? I think I'm supposed to move towards that big room in the middle. But I don't know if that's the boss room I've already been in or not. I don't think I've been there. No, I have to have been there. Maybe? There's a bug somewhere around here. I can hear the little bastard. Fuck. Is that a park bench? Oh, fuck yeah. Oop, oop. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Okay, now let's go here. Oh, fuck, it's this guy again. Is this the same guy or is this a new one? Up. Yeah, you big bitch, you slow fucking... Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Oh, yeah. Okay, these guys aren't too bad once you know how to deal with them. No, that has to be a new one. That definitely has to be a new one. And I'm now realizing that wasn't a boss, was it? That was just a big enemy. Oh, for fuck's sakes. That was just a big enemy. That wasn't actually a boss. Come on. Come on. Come on. Fuck. Okay. That's the boss room. Question mark? Is this the boss room? Is the boss fight fucking some guy's wife? This is just a big fucking room. I've been lied to. Ow. Okay, never mind. There's a big guy. How the fuck am I supposed to deal with that? Okay, what's his boss pattern? Okay, he jumps. He's gonna swing. Okay. Now he's gonna do a big swing. Okay. Big swing. Ow. It's fine. It's fine. Ah, there we go. Is he dead? No. Okay, okay, he's just... Okay, wow, fuck. Okay, put the mask back on. You were way cooler with the mask. Ow. Kind of being thrown into a corner here. Ow. Don't like that. Come on. Come on. Just die. Okay, he throws a temper tantrum. Ow. How am I supposed to dodge that if I'm stuck in a fucking corner? Come on. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Okay, now's the time to heal. Hey! Hey, the problem solved itself. Come here, you fat bitch. We're not done with you. First try. Easy. The little cum goblin died. Damn, I'd also wear armor that looked that cool if I looked like that. I kind of feel like I just beat up the Down syndrome kid at school. It's impressive that I overwhelmed his Todd strength, but like his technique was lacking, so it wasn't really that impressive. How do I get in the armor? Not bad. Not bad. That was interesting, but I wonder if the game's gonna just be like dancing back and forth between different mechanics like that. Does it get more complicated? Or is it just gonna stay the same? Just got back from taking out the trash. Did I miss anything? No, not really. I beat up a Down syndrome kid wearing armor. He didn't put up much of a fight. Did it on the first try. Didn't even lose a single point of health. He was astoundingly easy. Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, that's more like it. Alright, hold on. Before she murders me or some shit. Who's there creeping out in the darkness? Mayu looking grim. A strange empty face and a wicked looking weapon. Something important has drawn you down into the Hallownest corpse. But I won't ask what. Perhaps the reason you found me is because you need my help. Say no more, friend. I'm going to give you a gift. A nasty little spell of my own creation. It's just perfect for a little one like you. Don't kill me. Okay. Havel gave you more trouble. Yes. Funnily enough, yes. Consume the vengeful spirit. Tap B to unleash the spirit. Spells will deplete your soul. Okay. So that's your mana pool. It's the same as healing. Yo, did you... Oh, you've woken at last. I apologize. Perhaps I should have warned you about the power of that spell. I was watching over you as you... He's black like Bill Cosby. I just noticed. Perhaps I should have warned you about the power of that spell. I was watching over you as you slept, but you seem to have slipped away. Now we're awake, I was wondering whether you would do me a small favor, not as repayment for my gift, of course, simply because we're now friends. You see, a horrid great beast has made its home in the heart of this temple. Such disrespect. I would be quite grateful if you would have ventured deeper in and slay it for me. It's a hardy creature, but with your new power, you're more than a match. Good luck with this small favor. Now let me... What is it? Are you wondering about this gate between us? It's a curious thing, but this door will not open until you have slain the creature lying in the heart of the temple. Don't worry about it. I'm sure spirits of my ancestors will be watching over you. This bitch locked us in. This motherfucking dickhead. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we get the Kamehameha wave. That's better. I don't mind that. That's fine. Yeah, no, I lock my friends in all the time. And don't let them leave. Until I feel like it. Until I'm done. They don't really get a say in the matter. That's what makes us such good friends. Ow. Man, that's pretty cool. Oop. Ow. No. Fuck. Yeah, you come here. Okay, that's not a platform. Up. Up. The f... I should have used that only after I filled up. Can't get past him. Ow, I didn't see that fucker there. Jesus. I'm gonna go back to that hot bug wife with so much cash. That bitch is gonna fall in love with me instantly. She's never seen bug dick this rich before. Now look at your HP. Oh shit, I got temporary health. I didn't even notice. The real question is, where the fuck am I going? I came from there. It only makes sense that I would have to go in this direction. I haven't been down here. Oh. Okay, so I kind of have to wait until he shits out a bug. That was more annoying than I expected it to be. What is this? Soul Catcher. Oh, that's not... No. No. Oh. Map and Quill. Okay, that's abilities. Used by shamans to draw more soul from the world around them, increases the amount of soul gained when striking an enemy with the nail. Oh, that's right. I can only do it at a bonfire. Of course. You bitch! Oh, so it's done then. You've slain the beast. The poor thing. It must have been terrified of you. It used to be quite docile, but the rancid air in these caverns filled it with some ancient rage. Still, you did what had to be. This is bug racism. He just didn't like the light one. You have my gratitude. Of course, we both know you wouldn't have made it through without that spell of mine. And look, the gate between us is opened. He thinks we're retarded. I'm sure you're eager to move on. Farewell and have faith. Whatever you're seeking, it will find you. You fuck this guy. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go sit on this bench. Getting cucked into helping some fucking guy. Okay, right. I'm gonna stop there. This seems interesting. This seems like it's got a lot more depth to it than I initially expected. Right, but I do still get the feeling that I'm just playing another platformer. That's the big issue I see here. Now, I don't know if that's just me. Maybe it's you had to be there at the time kind of vibes that make people focus so much on Hollow Knight. But it's got strong controls. It's highly reactive. It feels good. The gameplay loop of it, the way that the character reacts feels good. It doesn't feel very limiting. Very easy to pick up, very easy to play, which I'm pretty impressed by. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna go get some goddamn sleep. Then I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna fix my entire fucking stream because OBS broke everything. So tomorrow, Guild Wars 2, a few more videos. We're gonna catch up in the Discord. We got a ways to go, and I can start finally planning out things like Clanker Hunters and everything else. So I'll see you then. Now, go fuck off and live your life. I don't know what you're doing here. Disappear. Good.